The worst thing is, like, the times for EU, the games are not that bad. The last game starts at like 1 a.m. I just can't get used to it still, ever since I got back from China. Team shuffles after the major. I have no idea what the teams are gonna do, basically. Probably they don't even know for sure what they're going to do, so. Oh yeah, that game, SK FaZe, was insane. I just got back home. I was AFK. I got back. It was like 15 to 10 or something, and then they started coming back. I was like, this game is insane. We'll go over that game as well. There was one round in particular with Fallen and Fox were like in a 2v3 or something, and the time was running out, and it was an insane round. Saddened or disappointed we didn't get invited to the major. I mean, it always sucks not to go to the major. I mean, but it's like, what do you do? It's life, boys. You do some you skip. I'll definitely be doing a lot of events this year as well, so in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really change all that much for me. Alright, let's start with the game. Godsent versus Gambit is a good game to warm up. If you guys watched any of my streams or followed the tweets a little bit, you will realize by now I am pretty much a Gambit fanboy at this point. They're playing so well. It's hard not to like them. They did get a bit lucky with drawing Godsent instead of some of the other teams, but still. They're fun to watch. Did you see the JDM ace? Yeah, it was just Envy playing like idiots. I mean, he did hit some good shots, and that flash towards the end was pretty good. Alright, let's start with the game. So Gambit Godsent, Overpass. I feel it's an okay map for both teams. Godsent had success on it at the major qualifier as well. And, you know, when I think of what are good maps for Gambit, I basically think about what are the good maps, what were the good maps for the old Navi team. Because I feel like Zeus is just implementing that style to an extent. So maybe you guys should like consider it that way. They're like a mini Navi at this point, which is obviously a lot of fun. So yeah, Godsent just spreads around the map. Lekro again with the Deagle. They did that on Train as well. But right now they're just getting picked apart by Mo, basically challenging him one by one. He's winning those duels, and you know, generally speaking, I would say this sucks in a pistol round, but this is the way Godsent plays, and pistol rounds are a bit random always. If Lekro hits that Deagle shot, the round is a whole lot different. But, you know. Thanks for taking the photo, no problem, man. FaZe has good chances to make the playoffs. I just hope they don't get, you know, they don't basically crumble after losing that game to SK, because it really does seem like they're a good team now, you know. Okay, so I saw Gambit lose this round, but it's basically just ridiculous, them like fighting a lot one by one against Glocks and stuff. Look at this, it's like 2 P250s and 3 Glocks. So I'll just show you guys what not to do in a situation like this. So Hobbit is here by himself, which is fine in a sense that when he makes contact, he should fall back. He's just getting some info. But you know, he's sticking around, playing around the smoke, gets dinged through the smoke. Mo dies all the way back. And he only had a Tech 9, so he could save money for an op in the buy round. But, you know, right now they're just dying left and right. And they're just going to get dinked into oblivion. Like, they're just getting wrecked. It was some good shots from Godsent, but in the end, they were... I feel like Gambit was too reckless in this round. They were like, oh, we know they won't have any armor. Because they full bought the previous round, so you can just play a bit more ballsy, and they got punished. And you can see how Zeus buys head armor, which is something you don't usually do as CT, because the AK is a one-shot headshot, even if you have a helmet. But in this case, he's probably expecting Godsent to have some SMGs, or maybe even pistols, Tech 9, something like that. So that's why he buys head armor over something else. So Gambit forces right back because they have enough money for an op on Mo. And Overpass is a map where, you know, there are a lot of openings for you on the CT side with the op. Like, you can go all the way aggressive, like any of these lines. You can go and hold long. You can try and push long to get this angle to peak. You can even go connector if you want. You can go short. Like, there's really a lot of things you can do in terms of CT sided aggression. On Overpass, it's basically the opposite of Cobble and what you can do on Cobble. So yeah, and Mo has been pretty good lately for Gambit, making these openings for them. So they figured, like, why not? Maybe we can catch them off guard with that op and bring it back immediately. And Godsent is playing pretty passive. They want to figure out what sort of a buy Gambit has, try and get some map control before they really decide what they want to do. As you can see, it's just JW in a forward position. And the rest of the team is slowly moving towards the B bomb site, where you only have Zeus and Dosha with 2 M4s. So this is where basically Gambit kind of needs to try and make a move, and you can see Hobbit advancing a little bit because they are running out of utility. I mean, he only has a Molotov left and they have a nade on Dosha, and that's pretty much it. No. So they're setting up for a B execute, JW on the long lurk. I'll just do it like this so you can see what's going on. So Adren is there as well, but they don't have like a smoke for this cross, which is very weird. I'm not sure if this smoke missed or what happened. I mean, JW has a smoke, but he's on this lurk, and I mean they could still like win the round from here because JW is in a good position, but he misses his shot. Pre-fires a bit too early, dies, and then it's all up to Flush Up, who does a good job of like planting the bomb, but can't really do any more than that. So you feel like the idea was alright from Godsent, it's just that execution was lacking pretty much. You really need to smoke off that position because you can get shot at from so many different angles. It's very difficult to trade, and by smoking that you pretty much secure the plant. You only need to worry about the player maybe being somewhere around here, and if you kill him, then you have control of, you know, this. But if you don't smoke it off, you might not even get to this part of the site. So yeah, not really sure what that was. Probably some miscommunication on their part. I think JW will be back to Savage JW. I'm not really sure. We see that type of play from him every now and then, just not as consistently as we've seen before. And I think that's because it's simply not possible for him to be as dominant. It's just that everyone else has also stepped up individually, so he can't really bully players like he could before. How Nico was playing in iNation in comparison to now. I mean, he was very, very sick while he was in iNation as well. I mean, as a player, we always knew that he has the potential to, you know, compete with the best in the world and be the best in the world. So I think it was, obviously he has elevated his play in some sense, but he was always this dominant. Even when we played, it was just a matter of like we as a team weren't as good, so he didn't have as many opportunities to showcase it. But in, you know, in the tournaments that we played, I think it was pretty obvious for everyone who watched that he is perfectly capable of playing against anyone. Alright, so this is just like some sort of a half buy from Godsent. Just tried to make something happen, didn't work out. 4-1. Gambit is building good economy. Now they can go for like aggressive plays, they can take some risks, knowing that even if they lose a round, they'll still have enough money to rebuy. So in a situation like this, it's always like, it's fine for you to take risks, because even if you lose a round but get a lot of kills, if you win the next round, you reset them, and that works even better in some situations. This is a mistake. Like, this is something that doesn't seem like all that much, but you can't really just crouch peek without any flash. Like, I'm gonna check like whatever position, this. You can't. Why do you take that risk? Why don't you just flash it? I mean, now you see that not a lot of players have flashes left. Schneider has it, but it's just a huge gamble for you to make. Okay, let's hope the op isn't there, because there's no way Mo will miss that shot when you don't flash him or even shoulder peek him or anything. So that's basically a man down for Godsent 20 seconds into the round. And Flasha he does this on a lot of maps. He usually is by himself trying to get map control for his team and some info without dying, which is pretty difficult to pull off. You see he wants to make a play, gets the kill on Dosha. Exerts a lot of pressure here because Zeus is playing passive. He doesn't know how many players can be there. But the rest of his team is pretty, you know, separated. So now Schneider is moving towards Connector. Probably wants to join Flasha. Adren is trying to figure out where he wants to go in terms of rotations. So 35 seconds left, they decide to go away, and Gambit is perfectly happy with leaving 3 players there for now. But they're still not seeing any contact, so maybe they'll start moving. And Mo is in a very powerful position. You can see they have 3 smokes left and a Molotov. In theory, you can, like, you know, throw a wall of smokes here and try get the plant and also like molly behind or something. So we'll see if they make use of this utility. It doesn't seem like it. See, they're just like not using any of those smokes. Instead, they're just peeking Mo. And he just gets 2 easy kills, pretty much. So this should be like, you know, JW's round, because he has an op, he has the bomb planted for him as well. But just doesn't hit the shot, and then Zeus gets it. I feel like you really should like jiggle peek in that situation. Just, you know, not go straight out for a wide peek to kill him. Just jiggle peek to try and get him off the bomb. You can play the time. So this was a round that Godsent really needed. They were in a 4v5. They managed to get the bomb down, have a favorable 1v1, but they just don't capitalize on it. And again, that's the problem with them. The fact that they didn't use their utility at all. It just seems like it's just one of those situations where you're like, why not? Why not use it? What can you lose by using it? It's basically nothing. So not really agree agreeing with that approach. So at this point it's 6-1. The one round that Gambit lost was against pistols, no armor, 3 Glocks, 2 P250s. So Godsent really needs to start winning some gun rounds here. And so far it's just been like sloppy play from them, more or less, in their executions. Really making it relatively easy for Gambit to defend. The 89, thanks for the subscription. And now is what I was talking about, right? Now that you're 6-1 up, you have good economy, you are allowed to take risks. You see Mo was holding that aggressive angle, Adren. I just want to see if they actually did a better job of like at least flashing or something in this situation, because he was like super aggressive towards long. He should have probably been flashed. You can see this is the confidence, right? He gets spotted, and in a situation like that, you probably, you know, want to hide or something, want to fall back. The aggression didn't work for you, but Adren just has so much confidence at this point that he just re-peeks and gets the kill. And Adren has been playing insane this map, and Dosha as well. I've been, you know, critical. I've been criticizing Dosha for, I mean, a little bit. I haven't really been going ham on him. I just felt that he wasn't the player that he used to be. But, you know, so far at the major especially, he's been like doing a lot of work for Gambit. First game he had a couple of good clutches, good T side. Here you just saw him like have a pretty good hold towards B. And again, how does Godsent lose around? They lose a player to aggression here. Then because they lose all map control, they feel a bit forced to try and make something happen at B. Dosha just gets 2 kills, wins 2 duels pretty much, and the round falls apart. You know, that's something that I dislike. You're losing a lot of rounds where you're not really doing all that much. You're just making like small mistakes, or you're just getting picked out one by one, and it's already 7-1. So here you see like it's getting a bit messy. Pronax buys an AK, the rest of the team has only pistols. So we're gonna fast forward those rounds. Now they take a timeout. This is their second timeout actually, so they've been trying to talk things through. Now they get double op on Lecro, which is like, I don't know what's going on there. And again, they just spread out around the map, going for the default. Now they're like basically expecting aggression again, so they just have ops to hold for that. But Gambit, you know, realizing that they're probably gonna wait for them in this gun round, they're just playing more passive, which is awesome. This is what you want to do on a map like Overpass or in general, right? So you always want to be one step ahead of your opponents. And how do you do that? So you go for an aggressive move, right? Because you can, you've been winning rounds, and in general Overpass allows you to do so. So after you do that, what are you gonna force out from the Ts? They're gonna either have to spend more utility to take control of toilets, A long, whatever, or you're going to force them to go in a fast execute towards B, or something like that. So in that case, they're gonna try and counter your aggression, in which case you can just play passive, and that way they're gonna spend a lot of resources and a lot of time to get map control and to clear angles, because they think you're gonna be aggressive, and then you can just have utilities saved for the late round execute that comes in, right? You save your Molotovs, you save your smokes perhaps, flashes, whatever, and when the execute comes in, you have everything you need to defend it, or worst case, you have enough to go for a retake and maybe try a win around that way. So great stuff from Gambit so far. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, in the Astralis game, they started off as CT, so it was a bit different. And on train. So you can see them just, I mean, what is this? Is this your T side now? We're gonna send Lecro with the AWP to try and, you know, get a pick. He's not even an opper. Like, JW is an opper, and he's on the other side of the map, just holding like a passive angle, waiting for someone to peek him, while the rest of his team, everyone is towards B. Like, this is where you feel like, what is Godsent doing at this point? And look at the read from Gambit. They have 4 players stacked up on A because they don't hear anything. That they like, you know, no one is there to make even the small challenge. Dosha is all the way here playing passive. Like, they're perfectly happy of playing retake on B, basically just making a blind read, more or less. And you can see their setup. The thing is, like with this, no one is gonna expect 4 players, basically, you know. Does this actually stick out? I feel like this shouldn't happen. So yeah, the thing with this is Mo is gonna have first contact. That Hobbit is like gonna peek, and at that point no one is gonna expect a Dren and Zeus. So, and they only have 20 seconds left. I mean, look at this. Adren just takes the peek. He gets traded. Sure, like Pronox gets 3 kills here, but they're not expecting Zeus. JW got a kill on Dosha, but all the way on the flank. And, you know, he doesn't have nearly enough time to make a correct play. Zeus does play it a bit risky. I've been playing up front. But again, he wins the 1v1 against JW. You know, these rounds, like, at some point there's going to be an Overpass game with a team that's really good on Overpass. And on T side, and you're going to see the difference between what you see from Godsent right now. I mean, look at the kills. Like, Lecro and JW have 3 kills. It's like 10, 20, 21. I mean, Adren and Zeus have more kills than the entire Godsent team at this point. So here they force and they realize, okay, we need to speed things up. Like, this slow style isn't working for us. And you can see Hobbit just throwing his utility early. And here you had a bit of miscommunication from Gambit, because he really shouldn't have been by himself. And this is going to be a super messy round, like... Oh, or not, this is not the round I was thinking. But yeah, you can see, ideally, like, Mo would have been somewhere closer, so that as Hobbit is falling back, Mo is like in this position or something, where he can like take long range shots while Hobbit is just sticking around close range and cover him. But he was too far up long that he couldn't get there in time. So could have been a bit weird for Gambit, but the guys rotating in saved the day pretty much. So again, they go for like a half buy, Tech 9s, a CZ and some armor. This is something that James pointed out in his tweet. So you will see that in this rush, like almost none of the 3 players that were B had their gun out. They were really caught off guard by this basically rush from Godsent. So that's like a small mistake from them. So, well, oh, for fuck's sake. I have to rewind it again. Good morning. Yeah, I'll do predictions after I finish analyzing the games. Alright, so you'll see how it pans out for them. So now you look at Mo. I mean, Dosha barely gets his gun out and gets 3 kills. So at this point it's still winnable for them. But I mean, 2v2, obviously, not what you want. Oh, I need to answer this text. So yeah, a bit unfortunate for Gambit, who's been doing such a good job at gun rounds, to lose only 2 pistols, but shit happens. G2 versus VP, yeah, I'll do it later. North, I didn't watch the game yesterday. I actually thought North was gonna be able to win that one, but it was a close game, so I'm gonna go over it, and then we'll see what happened. And you can see the difference here. Now they do the proper flashing on long, and there's no free kill for Mo. He has to fall back, so makes a big difference. Making good usage of your utility. So they get some map control early on, and now they're actually, you know, just throwing the smoke to block vision for Mo. And again, they're playing close. They're going for that A setup pretty much, which has worked really well from them. Adren with a cheeky peek. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't get any kills. So you can see now the push is coming in. They don't even check Hobbit, and he only manages to get 1 kill. He does some more damage. Oh yeah, this is the weird round where Flasha is gonna sneak towards Optimus. So you can see right now, like, Gambit has the health advantage, but they have no idea Flasha is here. So Flasha is gonna, like, slowly creep in, get a kill. And again, 1v1 with Zeus and JW. This is like the 3rd time. And look at the time. Just 1 second left. Zeus wants to buy time, but he feels like JW is too close. Doesn't want to lose the round by just getting shot in the back. Getting chased down. So he challenges, but isn't able to finish him off. Basically. And, I mean, if Godsent gets 5 rounds here, you know, in theory, we saw their city side against Astralis on train. So, you know, they still have a chance. But, you know, 2 rounds left. It's not going to be as easy winning that. Now they go towards Connector early on. You can see how Gambit now has 3 players towards B. So they're constantly, like, switching things up. Trying to keep their opponents guessing. The only constant is Mo with the AWP, and most of the time he's been on A. Almost shot Hobbit there. So again, they get toilet control, they go towards A, and Adren is in a very forward position, so they rotate Zeus towards A as well. You can see that Dosha is probably gonna go at some point. So Godsent is using some more utility, but not pushing forward just yet. They're like, you can see this, they still have like 2 smokes, 2 molotovs, but they just go for dry peaks pretty much. And there's so many angles you need to cover, but they managed to win the aim duels, so it's not as bad. I mean, it works out this time. I just feel like, how many times is that gonna work? I think we saw previously in the half, it's not gonna work all that often. So Gambit just goes for a save after that. This is like a timeout for someone. Let's go. Start the game, boys. Zeus with a shotgun. Oh, he actually got the FAMAS. So again, Gambit go for something different. Now they send 2 players towards connector, towards stairs. And that smoke from Adren basically stops everyone. Mo goes for that super aggressive peek again on JW, who's actually waiting for him with the op. But Mo wins that duel. You can see Hobbit was still playing aggressive. Now they're going to fall back. That smoking connector bought them all the time they need to make that play. And now with the man advantage, they're just going to fall back basically and play the numbers. Oh shit. Alright. Oh yeah, he got the kill on Pronax, who's like shoulder peeking. That was a 6 shot. And then they just again just died to Mo. So yeah, rather I don't know, rather underwhelming half from Godsent. Here on the T side, you feel like they didn't do all that much. They won 4 rounds. One of them was pistols, no armor. One of them was pistols and armor, half by B-Rush, and that's it. 2 gun rounds, just. One of them was that super close 1v1. I mean, they did lose a lot of clutches. I mean, a lot. Not really a lot. They lost the 2 1v1s to Zeus. I feel the first one that they lost, where Zeus had an M4 and JW had an op, I feel that was the one that they really shouldn't have lost. Oh yeah, this is where JW just kills everyone. Alright. I mean, this is basically exactly what happened in the first first pistol round. People just challenging long range pretty much. Yeah, I turned slow mode off now. And you just get killed by the USPs. So let's move on. 11-6. 11-7. So first gun round. You can see that they didn't plant the bomb. They got a couple of kills in the second round, but not only one in the third one. These are not hyper, these are Q pads. So we'll see if Godsent wins this round without Gambit, you know, even planting the bomb. They force them to eco. Still a lot to be played. Wait, there's a big message. It's a guy from the third world country with first world country capital. How are you enjoying the major and the Modelian prostitutes so far? Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Especially the prostitutes. Thanks for the donation, man. Appreciate it. So here you can see the difference, right? Gambit in their first gun round, they really speed things up, go towards long. You know, if they have contact, they are gonna try and get the trade. They have 3 players there. If not, they're just gonna push until they get contact and you know, try and gain some map control. So Flasha seems to be pretty oblivious to the fact that they have long control, and I think this is where he just gets shot in the back. Or no? Oh no, this is where they just decide to run all the way towards the site. and Flush is killing them in the back. This is like very awkward. So yeah, this is not looking good for Gambit, as I said. No, if they don't plant the bomb and just lose the round. Godsent has good economy, they need to eco all of that stuff. And they did, like, this is fine, going for that, like, aggressive play, trying to run into long immediately. It's just a matter of, they did seem a bit disjointed, right? They didn't go in as a unit, and then they were getting shot in the back and all of that, so... I feel like they're gonna win this round, I don't know why, with this half buy, so... I'm not gonna fast forward it. Yeah, so this is where, like, Flush is just challenging with the UMP, Zeus gets the kill with the Tech 9. And they're just, you know, they have armor, they have Tech 9s, they have smokes, they can, like, use their smokes to close, to get close and personal with the CTs, so this is, like, a dangerous round for Godsent still. They're playing passive, so they have no idea where Gambit is gonna go. You can see how they're all basically in like a straight line, you know, playing passive on B, passive on A, and Gambit goes for that B execute. And Pronax is, you know, because of these smokes, which are pretty cool, he has no cover from his teammates. Dosha then sees them trying to boost up over the only position that's basically available for them, like the vantage point. So you see, this is how you should execute on B late if you want. And you compare that to the execute that Godsent had, where they just threw a smoke here, no smoke on the cross, and they just get shredded by the crossfires. And here you can see how they isolate the player, kill him, get the gun, plant the bomb, get another kill. Sure, they were in a 5v4 to begin with, but still, I think it was very well played on their side. So really, around Godsent shouldn't be losing against pistols. And it all started with that Flusha death challenging the Tech 9. So because of winning like 4 rounds in a row pretty convincingly, Godsent has a strong buy pretty much. And they do start with some aggression with the AWP. And again, Gambit goes towards long early on. Maybe this is something they just saw from demos or from practice, that they, you know, that Godsent doesn't really go long all that much. And this is like, here you will see JW will get flanked by a Dren, but how could he not hear that flash? He's probably focused on something else, maybe communicating with his team, because he's just gonna get shot in the back. No, this is the first game. Flush, of course, doing like 50 damage with a nade again. One of the best guys when it comes, one of the best players when it comes to using your utility in the game. So now Gambit is just waiting for someone from Godsent to try and get aggressive, try and refrag, equalize the numbers pretty much. While they get, you know, the call from Zeus, what he wants them to do. And Schneider actually gets a kill with his off angle. So now Adrian is going by himself here, which is very dangerous. You know, it's very risky. Lekro doesn't go for the immediate trade. He tries to be sneaky, and he'll get the kill on Dosha. But now he's like stuck in the middle of nowhere. He has like a crossfire with Flasha, but you know, these rounds really feel like super scrappy. You know, it's like messy all over the place, people getting shot in the back. You know, you have 3 Ts like here and a CT is like alone here. Very, very weird so far. Will you be streaming with Sponge and Vendetta? Perhaps. I was AFK yesterday, so I don't see why not. If I'm watching the games, I'll just jump into TS with them. So Gambit decided to force after that, yet again. They have 3 AKs, and again they go towards long. JW misses the shot. That's a bit lucky for Gambit, since they didn't like flash him properly or anything. But now Flasha is here by himself. It's like... It's you know, no ability for anyone to refrag. He only has a UMP. I guess in that situation, even a one for one trade is alright for him. So we'll see what Gambit does now. They only have 3 smokes, 2 flashes. JW with the op holding long. It seems that they want to go for that setup where Schneider is going to be in the corner. 2 players are playing close up on B. So he probably gets the call that the guy is pulling out a nade. That's why he's like peeking. Wow. That's a huge frag to miss. And Mo gets another one through the smoke. Basically, it forces a rotation from Lekro. So now they're just waiting for Mo to, you know, do some more work. And this is where they're gonna go B. Basically, they don't want to go through the smoke. Or do they? And Hobbit just wrecks him with the Tech 9. Shit. Fuck. Wait. Alright, guys. I gotta go just downstairs real quick. It's gonna take me like 2 minutes just go in front of my building to pick something up. So I'll be right back in like 3 minutes, I guess. Alright. Sorry about that one, boys. Ooh, it's fucking cold outside. Wait, what happened? Alright. We're back. So yeah, again, like a very messy round where you feel like if Schneider gets that kill on Mo, easy round for Godsent. But he doesn't. They get reset, which is why Gambit went into that force buy in the first place. So, looking good for them as of right now. Stoned Krampus. Thanks for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for your support, guys. So some technical issues again, it seems. Alright. Okay, so they do decide to go for a full eco, so they can buy the next round. It is gonna be a shit buy still, so you know it's like 2 UMPs, 2 UMPs, max 7, 2 M4s. You know, that round basically lost them the game. This round really fucked their money up. And Overpass is one of those maps where it is kind of difficult to play CT properly without utility. If the Ts have everything they need, right? Because there's decent amount of long range battles where obviously AK reigns supreme. So you can see here Flasha trying to buy time with that molly basically. But that's all he's gonna be able to do. JW close range with a shotgun. They are stacked towards B, but that's the wrong read. Basically, that Molotov missed, I guess. Maybe it was for this close call. I don't know. I think it missed. Family show, sorry guys. Mature audiences over here. And so now they're forced, without any utility, to basically play passive. They go for this tower to get at least a kill. But they don't even get that. And basically, after that doesn't work, they concede the site to Gambit. Shadow gets 1 kill, which is alright. Flasha just rushes down connector. That's a bit reckless. Adren was just like holding that. Pronax jumps through the smoke by himself and the round just falls apart for Godsent here. Whoop. So now they're just left with, you know, pistols, UMPs, max 7. You really feel like this is where Gambit closes out the game. You see how they're more determined when it comes to taking map control compared to Godsent, right? Earlier on it was long, now it's towards party. You know, they're way faster at exerting pressure on the map than Godsent is. Which is kind of funny considering Zeus is the in-game leader and at times he was criticized for Navi playing too slow. So again, Flasha by himself in this area, you feel like, you know, you look at, sure, Gambit had solo players left at some point, but more often than not, they had setups around the toilet area, players baiting for each other, which is the way you want to play it, right? This is just way too reliant on your player getting a multi-kill out of nowhere, which is going to be extremely difficult against the caliber of players you're playing against, right? So now Lecro is again like having the fight in toilets. JW gets... oh, he actually doesn't get killed by Dosha, which is funny because he was waiting for him. But yeah. Schneider in a 1v2 just gets double peeked and dies. What's your favorite match in the major? I don't know. SK FaZe looked like a lot of fun. You know, it seems like yesterday there were a lot of good games, but I didn't get to watch them live, so we'll see now. Okay, next game, Fnatic North. What do you think, guys? I think that's a good one to pick. Let me just tweet it out so more people can tune in if they want. Right. I'll do SK FaZe as well. I'll do SK FaZe, Astralis, Optic, and VP versus G2. I guess this is not a good question to ask because, you know, you guys are fans of different teams, so I'm gonna get all the team names. So don't worry, I'm gonna do all of them. So right, this is like, you know, the problem for North here is that they have no idea how Fnatic looks like on Cobble, besides what they might have seen in practice. Don't really have a time for a Stropple. I wanna make sure I get to do all the games I want. So they have no idea how Fnatic's Cobble looks like, and their Cobble, I mean, should be good, but they struggled against Gambit. I mean, Gambit just played better than them. And they did play scared in that game, so I want to see what happens here, because on paper, like, this should be a great map for North. So they just decide to basically rush mid. Dennis, pistol round. Are we going to see something? Of course we are. Of course we are. This guy, it's just like... This is like insane. It's like everyone knows it's coming and it still happens. There's no way to, you know, fight it. You just need to... We're not gonna win the T-pistol if Dennis is there, basically. So yeah, obviously a huge asset for his team when you are so good with pistols that you can win, like, I don't know, 4 out of 5 CT pistols. So North seemed perfectly happy early on to just brute force their way into places. Pistol round, rush mid, second round, rush long. Now they're in a 4v4, which favors the T's, but Config only has 2 HP left. And they only have 1 smoke and an HE grenade. So not really a lot of utility to work with. And you can see how Fnatic is playing pretty passive. Even though Crims only has a UMP, he's still playing far back. All of his towards drop, which can get dangerous. I mean, if they go drop and he dies, then Doppler doesn't have anywhere to go. I mean, he would have to make a huge play to defend that bomb site, basically. So let's see what happens. Okay, so they're actually splitting towards A. Crims only gets 1. Does a lot of damage, though. That was big. That he got that second kill. And at that point, Cajun is like long range with the Tech 9. Nothing's gonna happen there. So first gun round for North. I mean, for North, it's first gun round in the game, but yeah, they finally get some guns. It's always nice not having to play with pistols. So let's see what they decide to go for. In general, like, this team is very good at being methodical on the map, taking control of A long or this area of the map pretty much, and then they can either like go for an A split, go for an A fake, go back to B, go for an execute there, do a split through drop. I mean, they have a bunch of strategies that they can use, but what makes them so strong is that the way in which they get map control. They almost never like lose players doing that. They're just a very good team in that approach. And you can see immediately from their default, they do a lot of damage to Dennis. Rubino is their like lurker, basically the guy playing on the other side of the map most of the time. But Fnatic straight up goes for a gamble with having 3 players towards A, so we'll see if they manage to defend this A bomb site. So they're already getting control of mid, and this is basically... Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, they just lost all their duels, basically. I mean, Twist just gets 2 kills by himself. I feel like I wanted to say like this is looking great because they take mid control, this is smoked off, and then I was expecting them to run up here, and as they're running up danger, that's when the guys try to push this area, because then you can have a crossfire, you can pinch them, like the trade is basically guaranteed. So the problem here is, I don't know if it was miscommunication or that's not what necessarily needs to happen for them, because these guys were just getting up the stairs when the people started pushing A halls. So these 2 players were not nearly ready to get the trades, which allowed Twist to get 2 kills, and then they could all focus on danger. But even without that, Dennis and Crims were both there, so just a good read, and not that good of a job from North clearing this position. I think you can molly this off as well, I'm pretty sure you can. So I was just praising them, how they're good at doing this, and here you can see it's not like that they made a huge mistake, it's just that their timing was a little bit off and they were a bit unlucky that they run into a stack pretty much on A and the round falls apart from them. And this is the thing, like, you know, all the rumors with the roster changes, with Fnatic, Godsent, all of that stuff, but you look at this team, it has a tremendous amount of firepower, right? You have players like Olaf, Twist, Dennis, Crims, I mean even Disco Doppline, all of these players are extremely skilled individually. So sure, you might get a bit what's the word I'm looking for, disheartened when you start losing ST and nothing is working, but on the contrary, when you play CT and things are going well, that's when you feel super confident, super loose, and you go for these like aggressive plays, everything's working, and that's when Fnatic can be extremely dangerous. Similar as to what we saw from Godsent on the train game against Astralis, right? Similar to what we saw from Mouse against Hellraisers on the CT side of Cash. So now you can see them, you know, just boosting up drop, they don't care. I'm gonna fast forward this because it's just pistols, so we don't... Oh, of course. Of course they're gonna win the round. So let's see what happens. It's a B execute, it seems. So let's see. They're setting up to carpet bomb the site. They want to... Wait. And the smoke misses, actually. One of the smokes misses. Okay, so Fnatic is just waiting for the smokes to clear and everything, which is fine. They have Twist on the flank. They get rid of the guy and... What? How? So look at this, like 2 HP, 29, no armor. It has to be MSL making the play, right? Let's see. They even have a molly. Just a ballsy peek, realizing that he's out of position if he starts defusing. So he's just like, screw it, I'm gonna go for the duel. So yeah, they wait for the smokes to clear because they don't wanna fight close range against Tech 9s. But then in all the like chaos that ensues, North just do a good job of you know, hitting their shots while the focus of the Fnatic players is on someone else. Like, but when they're focusing the guys here, the guys from platform peak and get the kills. So I don't know, it's just one of those situations where you get outplayed a little bit. But that pretty much meant a whole lot for North, because with that win, Fnatic still has a sick buy, but they won't have enough money for a buy after this. So if North wins this round, they force Fnatic to eco. And they don't want to go away at this point, it seems. They did get burned there previously. So Twist is playing close. He actually is getting a lot of info here. Now Dennis can probably start moving towards B. He does. They want to get towards drop. The problem with this is, you can see how they have 4 players there, but they don't have anyone close platform. Olaf is here with the AWP. So these players, it's tricky for them. Which positions do they take? Like, only, you know, do they boost someone up and then someone below him and one statue, or do they play one rock, or do they put a player inside of drop? It's still an awkward position for the CTs, even though they have 4 players there. Okay, so actually they do boost the player on 3. Yeah, and now they have just 2 ops here, which is also a bit awkward. Crims is waiting for the window, and Disco Dopplan is holding drop, so this is alright now. They adjust accordingly. And Twist is getting all the info. Dopplan buying more time for Twist to flank with that Molotov. Crims challenging near the window. See, now they're just buying time with their utility. Oh, but they just like miss their shots. They just get wrecked. What happened to Olaf? He just got his head blown off by MSL. Oh, so just the flash wrecks him. And he needs to adjust. Another problem is... Actually, it's fine. That's the problem when you have 2 ops. Ideally you would have the player with the rifle being there so that, you know, they can set up, he can bait for Disco Dopplan or anything, but... That was just, you can see like the power of making good use of your utility. Even though 4 players were there, North just wins the round pretty easily when you look at it, because they negated the influence of some of these players with their utility. And that basically forces Fnatic to eco. So what looked initially like Fnatic is gonna run away with a half, basically. They should have been like 5-0, had a lot of money in the bank. They lose that round against Pistols, they lose the gun round, and they're forced to eco. Now it's 4-3. They don't have money for an op. Twist only has a smoke. Crim's forced to play with the UMP yet again, while North has everything they need in terms of weaponry and utility. So this is basically the smoke. This is like a fake B rush. This is something that North does a lot. In general, they're not afraid to rush B, and they throw this smoke, and they have Rubino coming out, and they flash for him. This time it's Magic with the Mac 10 while the rest of the team is just gonna run out mid. And that's the point. You want to force the guy that watches mid. He's the first rotate. You want to force him to start rotating, and then you only have one guy left to deal with, ideally. I mean, that's how you want it to go. And it seems like their timing is going to be good. Look at this, like Twist is even caught on a knife out. He realizes he lost positioning, so now he just has to try and buy time. So Config does a good job of just like pushing aggressively and getting behind the CTs. So that's a very cool execute from North. You know, also utilizing the fact that maybe Fnatic watched how they like to play Cobble, and maybe they were expecting a B rush at some point and then just fake it. So yeah. So good stuff so far from North. Great job of getting back into the game. So now Fnatic finally has money again to get the AWPs or anything that they want, pretty much. Ugh. So we'll see what they decide to go for. They take a timeout because of it. So UMP on MSL. Funnily enough, even with 10k in the bank. Seems like this is where North goes back to that. Let's try and take A-holes. We didn't execute properly last time, so let's go back to that. The problem is that they don't do anything on B. Like, they don't even send one guy to throw a smoke or anything. Ooh, those are a lot of nades falling. Where did all of that go? This is pretty cool. Alright, let's rewind this a little bit. Let me try and get a good angle on this. So they have, like, initially they have 4 players coming in. Config gets the kill on Dennis, which is huge. But you can see how they're smoking off this and this, so they can negate any player that was basically A long. He can't help his teammates, and they only have to deal with one side. And they also smoke off doors here. But I think the problem ensues now, because you see, like, Magic was throwing a Molotov. Rubino gets tagged. Now Magic is pulling out a nade. I think this is a mistake. Like, you can't be here pulling some nades when you lost one player and your bomb planter is running and he's tagged. You need to be right next to him so that you can trade kills and make sure that he gets into the bomb site. Also, MSL for some reason decides to like go for some sort of a flank. At Cajun is just holding long range. The problem is, like, this is all fine and dandy, but nothing of that works if you can't get into the site and plant the bomb, if you can't secure that. If you lose the bomb here, your smokes are going to pass. You've used most of your utility, the rotate is coming in, maybe someone is even flanking you, you don't know. And it's going to be very hard to pick the bomb up from that point and win the round. So I think that's where they're going to end up losing this round. Let's see though, 3v3 still, Magic does get 1 kill. MSL, that's a nice flash. So in the end, it does work out for them, but it could have easily gone south for North in that round. We just saw a nice little thing. North versus making some Notes. All right, so yeah, gone south for north. Damn, didn't even catch that one. Definitely not intended. Gone south for north. That's funny. So yeah. Fortunately, I think that flash from MSL actually was so huge. It allowed Magic to get the kill. Then it bought enough time for MSL to get over on this side and double team all of Meister. And then Cajun was just holding the angle for the entire time. So yeah, this is like 7 rounds in a row for North. And this is the problem on Cobble. What can Fnatic do to break this? We saw on Overpass, right? You can try some aggression, you can try some risks with the AWP perhaps, or you know, whatever. What can you do on Cobble? You can try and go aggressive with the op mid or A long, which is like you're gonna die here probably every time. Or you can go for that delayed play on B platform, you smoke this off, you volley this off, something that we saw from VP. Maybe try a boost in drop, but all of these, you know, things are not really optimal. It's really forced. You need to spend a lot of utility, and you're not gonna be 100% sure that you're gonna get an opening by doing it. So the other thing you can do is go for a blind stack, maybe send 3 people A or 4 people B or something like that. But again, that's not an optimal thing to do. You have to make guesses, which you don't really want to do. So yeah, we'll see what Fnatic comes up with. So this is the B rush coming in now. And you can see that Rubino is the first guy in. Seems like they were a bit late with the smokes, or he was too fast with the push. Or maybe that's the thing, like they want him to go first while the smokes are still flying. That way the opponents don't really expect him to be that fast. So they get the kill on Olaf. They expect the boost, so they throw another Molotov. And now they pretty much have the advantage. Dennis in a 1v2. We just the op. And gets killed. The thing is, why, like, this execute is pretty hard to stop if you don't have players close stopping B platform, because everyone's coming from B, right? I mean, you don't know that, so you need to have one player watching out for drop from somewhere. But Olaf is by himself, he dies. Okay, you're still in a 4v5. At that point, Fnatic is just waiting for all the smokes to clear, which is fine. The T's spend so much utility getting into the site that you can just save yours and then flush them out with Molotov, with incendiaries, and then get a retake, have a smoke on the bomb or something like that. The problem is it's pretty long range, and an AWPer in this position is very, very hard to deal with when you go for that retake on the CT side. So honestly, if you just lose a player as CT and you know they have full control of this side of the map, I don't think you're gonna win that round all that often. So good round from North yet again. Good execute for the setup that Fnatic had, and Fnatic losing basically 9 rounds in a row at this point. Optic made the right call to get in front of the smoke with 3 players. I mean, in this situation, it depends. It would have been super chaotic, because in the Optic game, it was actually a split. Or it was actually an A split even, perhaps. I'm not completely sure. But yeah, that's why it worked. They were all on this side. I think they maybe got a kill. And that's it. But if Fnatic does that in this situation, they run into 5 players. So it is going to be a bloodbath. They might still come out on top, you never know. But what's important is that everyone's on the same page. If you're gonna go, then everyone goes. If you're gonna stay, then everyone stays. Because if you saw like all of Meister was trying to do something, he dies and you know no one's there to do anything about it. No one's there to trade, no one's there to try and make a play. So really, it has to be either everyone goes or everyone stays. I feel like, is it another timeout or something? Let's see, probably. Oops. So now Twist with the op, tries to find something, doesn't get the opening from Monster. And I mean, this is like just, if you're like Fnatic at this point, you're just like so depressed. It's, you know, we try different things. To an extent, nothing is working. We're a man down again early on in the round. You know, what can we do to try and win? You can see that they have like now 2 players playing closer towards platform, but Olaf dies to Cajun. Like North is playing super well at this point on their T side. You can see how they're basically not giving any room for Fnatic, like to, you know, they're not making any mistakes for Fnatic to capitalize on, pretty much. They're just playing super solid, using their flashes, molotovs, smokes, everything to negate whatever it is Fnatic tries to do. I mean, sure, Cobble is a team map, but still winning 10 rounds in a row is not an easy feat at all. So let's see, you know, a weak buy in the end for Fnatic, a lot of masses. Twist just goes super aggressive. He's like, I don't care, I can't handle this. I'm just gonna peek long. Gets the kill on config. So now he's, you know, playing close up, Dennis as well. While they're trying to get drop control, it seems, as well. Yeah, they have 2 players there fighting. So it seems like they want to try and do an A split in the end, North, but you just feel like Twist is going to get good timing or something and kill them in the back. Tum tum tararam tum tararam tum. Or Dennis. Well, close enough. And finally they win a round. It's so weird, like you just do some silly aggression and things work out for you while nothing worked up until that point. You can see that every time it's been elimination, even, you know, every time Fnatic tried to go for it, they never tried to save or anything like that. No diffuses even. All 15 rounds by elimination. And this is why, you know, here you see why it's so important to be on point and to be focused when you play against pistols. Imagine what happens if Fnatic doesn't lose this round to, you know, just pistols and a couple of grenades, no armor even. They're in a much better situation, much better position. But yeah. So 10-5. It's not that bad. I mean, for Cobble, it's not horrible. It's horrible for Fnatic because they were 4-0 up, so they basically lost 10-1 from that point on. But yeah. So Crim's just is throwing some stuff towards B. The rest of the team is just gonna roll back towards mid. Magic hears it, so now they should all start rotating. Let's see if they get there in time. So they have that smoke. And you can see just Fnatic like utilizing the advantage of Glock's close range, just swarming the CTs. It's just, it was a good round for the setup that North had. I mean, they only had 1 player here, and it was unfortunate for Magic Magisk not to be able to kill someone in the back, create some confusion, because they were just able to run out, get all the way here, and they have the advantage against the USPs. So a much needed pistol round win for Fnatic. And they do manage to convert. And funnily enough, North is force buying in this tournament in the second round when they lose pistol. That's not something they really do all that much. I mean, talking to them, they don't really even feel like they're that good in those rounds. So they just buy a pistol so they have more nades coming into the first gun round. You can see that even Cajun, he saved an AK, so he doesn't even have an op. Usually he would always have an op in the first gun round. Dennis sticks with the Mac 10. I mean, 4 players don't have head armor, so it might work out for him, we'll see. So let's see what both teams decide to do for the first gun round. Olaf is not trying to go out B platform. That's something he's notorious for from his time in Fnatic. I mean, in the old Fnatic lineup, I mean. So Fnatic gets drop control very, very early on. Forces North to have 4 players there. And they're really focused on that drop area. I mean, they only have config holding platform from a long ways away. So let's see how this pans out. Wow. Alright, we're gonna rewatch that from Cajun's POV. Seems like it's worth it. Oh man, they really could improve this demo UI stuff. Yeah, that's pretty sick. I mean, they had to run through the smoke in drop, which is not optimal, obviously, and he gets 2 pretty easy kills there. You wonder, do they really have to go through that smoke? Because there was a lot of time left. There was like 50 seconds or something like that. But they were probably scared. I mean, they had a player here as well, right? He was moving, like, so they could have waited a little bit. You know, you feel like it's gonna be a much different execute if they don't have to run through a smoke. So maybe a bit rushed there from Fnatic, honestly. Still some sick shots from Cajun. So now they're grouping immediately towards the B bomb site. Config is playing close up. So we'll see how this pans out. It seems like they just want to go for a expo play, contact. Oh, that second flash catches him. Cajun misses the shot and the round falls apart. Again, it's the pop flashes, you know. You force the people out a little bit. Where was Cajun looking though? Let's see if this works, if this is faster. Of course not. I need to open up my window. It's getting a little hot in here. This is depressing. This is depressing. Oh, come on. Like, it's borderline ridiculous at this point. Yeah, that was just unlucky. He was holding the right angle, then he quick switches, and then he's basically afraid that players are gonna run this way towards him, so he moves a little bit, but then that doesn't happen, and by the time he re-peeks, a player is already wide peeked. He doesn't expect them, and he misses the flick, so rip. Background is fastest. I don't know, James, that like didn't I feel like me moving the tick thingy works faster than that. The longer the game goes, at least. So they get, I mean, reset, but because they only lost one player, they have enough money to rebuy, and they save 2 guns. So Rubino is figuring out what to buy. He goes with the UMP, 2 UMPs, 2 M4s, and an AK. Fnatic have everything they need, pretty much. And again, they go towards B. It's gonna be another Expo play. Let's see. Yep. And Config is just getting destroyed so far. I think this is like, I don't know. This is interesting. I mean, this always comes down to preference with in-game leaders and all of that stuff. You know, they're not gonna expect us to run the same thing 2 times in a row. Let's just go for it. So, or maybe thinking that they won't have full utility, so they won't have, they can't nade us or something, so it's pretty safe for us to run the same thing again. It works out. Config again gets flashed for just a split second, buys enough time for Creams to jump out. They get the entry kill, they get 2 entry kills, and then they have control of the whole site. Can you see the gunfight with Creams and Config from Config perspective, please? Alright. It's like this, I guess. Alright, this is the eco round, so let's speed it up. It was actually a 2v3, wow. And they were both low HP. Oh, they won the eco? What? How did I miss that? Lol. That was funny. Wait, what? What did I do now? So yeah, they get reset, they run the same thing 2 times. Oh right, I went, what? I went forward? Something's wrong here. Let's do it like this. I hate this demo UI shit. God damn it. How? I went back, how did it go forward? This is insane. This is insane. Please, demo UI. Please. I just want to show the game. Clicked forward. Wow. Then it's my bad. Yeah, I think this is the last rewind for this game. Alright, here we go. So let's slow it down, see who's gonna pop flash. So it's all off flashing. This is pretty standard, like this is the probably the most default pop flash you're gonna see. You can see Cajun turning from the flash, but Crims already peeks him and that's it. Alright, hope that was worth it. The 5 minutes waiting for the rewind. So let's see what the fuck happens in this eco round. How do you fuck this up, Fnatic? Someone said Rubino CZ. Alright, so they molly that guy out. I missed it, didn't I? Of course I did. One more time. One last time. It's gonna be faster now, boys. I feel it. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna be alright. Let's just show these kills and move swiftly on. Alright. Easy enough. And then they go B and then they lose the round. Okay. They just got wrecked by the pistols. Pistols OP confirmed. Okay, let's move on. They still have enough money for everything. I mean, Crims tilts a little bit because he buys for himself. But you can see he only has 4k. He only has a smoke. Like, someone could have dropped for him, like, all off, and who could have had all the nades. So it seems like Crims is not as happy at the moment. So we'll see how that pans out. And Fnatic is mad. We're just gonna brute force our way in. We don't care about your setups or anything. Rubino gets traded. Magic is still there. 2 players are low on Fnatic though. And everyone is towards that mid area. Config is in a good position, hidden backside. So now Fnatic is, you know, maybe afraid someone's flanking them. They're waiting a little bit. They're going back towards B. Or are they? So basically they're sending all of there to probably fake by himself. He has a smoke and 2 flashes. Oh, he throws the gun, so it seems like he dropped the bomb. That's cheeky. They do force a second player to go towards B. He goes towards drop, so he can, like, you know, split the bomb site with his teammates. They're running out. Magic hears them. But, yeah. I mean, North are a man down. They have to take some sort of a risk. They gamble on going B. Fnatic goes A. Round over. Let's go. Problem with pistols, I think too high armor penetration and movement accuracy is too high as well. So, what's going on in this half, boys? Fnatic, what are they doing so far? They're basically just doing stuff very early on with a lot of their players. So they're either brute forcing their way B with a pop flash or going like straight up mid early on. So what do you want to do if you're North here? You want to use your utility early, use your grenades, buy grenades. This is like where you should buy HE grenades probably over a flash. So use that early on if they go for something like that. Then use Molotovs as well. And you probably want to play a bit further back, somewhere you don't get pop flashed and when you have an off angle. Because when players jump out like that, they can't really, you know, they have to look all over the place. They have no idea where you are. So utilize that to get a kill and maybe fall back, something of the sorts. Or you can go full into their face, but we saw whenever Conflict played close, it didn't really work out. Maybe send 2 players there and try to do something like that. The problem that North faces right now is that ideally what Fnatic should do is change that, not run the same thing yet again. That way, North is forced to adapt by doing the stuff that I just mentioned, and it's gonna be wasted if Fnatic just switches to doing something else, playing a bit more passive. Which seems to be what they're deciding to do for this round. Have an op on all off. They wait for for someone to peek aggressively, Cajun basically. But I mean, they're definitely gonna flash. So he's smoking deep. They're gonna molly him out. Oh, he gets tagged. You feel like you need to flash. We saw yesterday Tariq take that same peek without a flash. He just got wrecked. So Cajun was a bit lucky there. Even gets the tag on all off. So a minute left on the clock. 3 smokes still left for the Danes. Again, they leave Magic alone and send MSL towards B to cover window. You see, these are like all gambles from North side. I think they just feel pressured because of the way that the map works. I think they just feel like if they have a 3-2 setup, they're not going to be able to defend either bomb side. So they need to take a risk of either having 4 people B or 3 players A. And so far, it's not working at all. They're just like, they lose that 1 player. I mean, he gets what? Magic, there's no way he gets more than 1 from here. 2 at the very, very best, and that's if Fnatic screws up. And with that, they lose control of A. I mean, if this gets smoked off properly, they can molly this off, and that's it. And the sites on Cobble are extremely difficult to retake, so yeah. Let's move on. This is a problem for North. I feel that, sure, I understand their way of thinking, but you know, you may at least try and start out with a default CT setup, right? This way, you're gambling all that much that, you know, and you just keep losing out by making guesses, and you put yourself in a bad spot if you make a wrong guess. Why not just try and play a default and see if you will be able to hold? I mean, sure, early on they weren't able when they brute forced their way in, but that's a different thing. You can't, you know, they just outplayed you in that sense. So yeah, this is another thing that works very well against these, you know, brute force entries. You put Cajun in a position where he doesn't get pop flash and he has an ability to re-peek. So good adjustment. I feel also that Fnatic wasn't really expecting North to buy there. Sure, they knew that Cajun saved an op, but you know, they figured they would be able to trade with him regardless. Cajun actually has like 24 and 11, which is insane. So another round for North, and now this is probably where the game is decided, more or less, because you can see that, okay, North have a decent bank, but Fnatic doesn't have anything. If they lose this round without a plant, they're in a very, very difficult situation. So again, North gambles 3 players towards A, but now they're actually gonna make the right call. And still, even with those 3 players, like, what is this? You have 3 players there, and 1 player dies, and nothing happens. Why not just send MSL, try to refrag, and then Config is in a good spot to get a couple of players in the back, because they're not gonna expect him, right? This way, a player dies, you committed 3 players who are just not gonna be able to do much. I mean, you're gonna lose sight at some point, because Fnatic won't have any contact coming into the side. They're gonna expect more players to be towards long, and that way your setup and your gamble completely fails. You see, I mean, they do challenge and they both get a kill, but it's in a position where it's not a problem for Fnatic to trade those kills, because they're moving as a group and you are attacking them from 2 different directions with a single player. And you see what happens. I mean, you just feel that should have been played better from north side, south side. Haha. And you can see the situation for North. They will decide to eco here and then try to win 16-14. But yeah. So another op on Cajun. Now they have 2 players towards mid. On A, Fnatic slows it down a little bit this time around. They slow it down, but just a little bit. Already 1 minute 20. They're pushing towards A. And yeah. They just get wrecked. This even, like, I think maybe these players should have been a bit closer when that push happens, but maybe they were afraid that North is playing close up and they just didn't want to give free kills running into their setup. But this is honestly like just a great call, a great read from Fnatic, perfect for what North tried to do, and it's a very, very clean round. And that's the thing. What was the setup from North? Focused towards the platform, like everyone was on this side, and focused towards mid, because Fnatic most of the time exploding on B, exploding on mid. So let's not keep losing to the same thing, and at a perfect moment Fnatic switches things up and basically gets a free round. So brilliant. They're just they really outsmarted North in this round. Like, that's what happened essentially. And in the end, North saves 2 guns. They save the op on Cajun. You can see all of his teammates died 19 times and he only dies 13 times because of those saves, pretty much. I think Dennis is the in-game leader, yeah. Now they play even closer up on mid. Cajun is there with the op, and he feels pressured to make a play because his teammates haven't really been playing that well, and he's the only one with the op, and he gets caught. And after that, you know, they feel free to just keep pushing and keep getting the trades, and that's it. Game over. Like, from winning 10 rounds in a row, basically, you come down to. And this is also a problem for North. Every time they they win a round, they get immediately reset. I mean, they were saving a lot, so you feel that you know, they made a conscious decision to give away some of those rounds. They did still have a lot of buys, so yeah, maybe too much gambling on North's side in that game. You know, that they were, and not being able to hold against the fast-paced group play from Fnatic. I mean, grouping up. So yeah. So what do we do now? What do we have left? SK FaZe, Astralis versus Optic and VPG2. Guess Astralis FaZe. Optic Astralis. Alright. I think my DPI 400 sends 155, something like that. Shit. I need to take a piss. Be right back. All right. Let's go. So unfortunate that these two teams have to meet yet again. And that one of them has to be 0 and 2, but that's life. That's the switch system. That's when you don't have seeding, basically. So Astralis already played Train, and they were really outplayed by Godsent, who was on point individually and as a team, making a lot of good calls. This time around, Astralis gets to start on the CT side. They're a pretty strong team, in general on Train, of course, but on the CT side as well. So let's see what's going on. Some utility on Optic. Astralis playing far back, just, you know, perfectly willing to take aim duels with the USPs, long range. The smoke and the kit on Glaive for the smoke diffuse on B if it's necessary. Tarek and Nav have the utility for Optic. Come on, like, do something. Thank you. Nice. Alright, so Astralis hits their shots, round over, let's go, move on. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. Oh, they actually bought, fuck. Back. Right, so they planted actually in the second round when they were ecoing, and now they have enough money. I mean, ecoing. They have enough money to rebuy. Wait, where is my picture? Why did they... You see, that's the conspiracy theory, boys. Stanislav has the terrorist picture. Bot Stanislav. That's so cruel. Alright, so they're just playing super passive on Optic early on. The CTs are playing close up. Device was actually playing super aggressive. Trying to find something early on. And he finds a bullet into the dome. KRB just decides to peek aggressively. Challenge two players in Ivy. Why not? Seems a bit cocky. So right now they're a man down and Device is barely walking. Can I move the cam? You can't see the nades. Not right now. I mean, it's either that or the HP. I don't really have a good place to put it. Maybe far right for the ammo. Oh, alright, Dupree. That was funny. Oh, this is the bot killing them. So that's why it's bugged out. Yeah, like Optic just, after getting the advantage, they just pinch Astralis basically from multiple sides. And that's it. It was, you know, they just gave up too much early on, Astralis, in that round. But they have enough money to buy, enough money on for the op on Device. Zipex playing solo B, you'll see that a whole lot. At least at the beginning of the round until he gets some contact. So Optic, again, perfectly happy to just wait out utility from the CTs. They're saving their nades. And then probably gonna, you know, just go for an execute, maybe an A split. Knowing that Astralis will probably buy, but, you know, maybe not have... yeah, I can't alt tab now, my FPS will drop, so I'll do it maybe after I finish this game. Oh shit. Wait, I forgot to tweet out. Or did I? Yeah, that I'll do in next game. Okay. Next up, Astralis versus Godsent. Not Godsent, Optic. There we go. All right. So you can see they throw some nades over, but no one goes out. This is a bit weak if it's supposed to be a fake. I mean, some nades, a lot of nades, but you don't send anyone there. If the CTs have players close up, they know 100% that it's a fake. So what you should do in this position is probably just go A again with the rest of your utility. Because if you just go B now, I don't know, it seems pretty weak to me. You can see that they already have, like, you know, a lot of players ready to go B pretty quickly. There's my boy Stanislav. Has his picture now. And dies to play. Ugh! That's unfortunate. Still has a molly. Do they have time? Without a kit? Barely? No. I think actually Kirby was waiting for too long to start defusing. I mean, he has 100 HP, he can take like damage from the molly for 2 seconds, and I think if he does that, they win the round. So a small mistake, but you can see how powerful the Molotov is from that position. And even though they knew it was B, Rush got to get 2 great kills on Device and Zipex, which allowed them to plant the bomb. Maybe Kirby is just afraid of fire, boys. Come on. Don't be like that. So Astralis actually forces yet again. They have an op. Shotgun does the trick. Alright, Naf, calm down. Ugh! That was close. No time. I don't think Optic was expecting an op there. I mean, maybe they... I don't think they were expecting a buy. Certainly not an op. So they could have gotten shredded by Device, but Naf made a huge play getting those 2 kills. So pretty close rounds early on. I mean, a defuse and 3 bomb explosions with all the T's dead as well. So yeah. So finally, Astralis does decide to go for an eco. To get 2 kills. So this is like looking great for Optic since they lost pistol and still managed to take the lead early on. You need all the rounds you can get against a team like Astralis, and you really want to keep them pressured in terms of economy so that they can't always have an op, ideally, or have to play with mag 7s or you know, SMGs. So you can see them trying to maybe bait for Kirby towards Ivy. Nothing too fancy so far from Astralis, pretty default positions. They even send Device early on towards B. Let's speed this up. This is like... Come on, do something. Let's go. Flash Ivy, nice. Wanna split A with mid and Ivy. Oh god. That's a bit unlucky for Astralis that they couldn't get kills. Like, look at how much damage they do, but they can't get the kills. Also a good execute from Optic, just from mid and from Ivy, overwhelming this area of the map. Probably made a call, got the info that they're most likely not playing close, so then you know they're like back here, and then you try to double team them, basically. So they do manage to save the op and the M4, but it's looking pretty grim for Astralis. They go for the force. I mean, they dropped to M4, so it's not as bad. Dupree's gonna play close range with the Mag 7. I mean, they do a good job of putting pressure early on towards B, just, you know, forcing Zipex to either spend some utility or fall back. So Optic, it seems like, are perfectly happy with just waiting for a long time. And now they're setting up for a B execute. Probably the NIP one with a lot of Molotovs, let's see. Still 4 players on A. Okay, they double smoke. Stanislav still waiting for the flank. You see what the difference is from the Astralis game yesterday on train, I mean against Godsent, and here, what happened when Astralis was trying to play the way Optic plays now, default and go into an execute or whatever. Godsent was making plays on the CT side. At some point they would clear Ivy, basically then they would get a lot of info because of it. They would have a quick flank if it's A, or they would be able to stack players towards B. They were being aggressive towards B at some point, which is more difficult for Astralis because they don't have a lead. You know, if they lose a round, they would have to eco, but still, if you just don't do anything, you're gonna get outplayed. You know, they just wait out, they use all of their utility, and you are in no position to defend, and you already spent your utility, so you're not even in a good position to retake, because they were able in their execute to gain ground on you and hold you in these like choke points or whatever. So yeah, not looking good for Astralis so far. They need to, you know, man the fuck up and start making some plays. And you can see Kirby trying to be more aggressive towards Ivy, but this is like, yeah, this is, I mean, so individualistic. Why not have an extra player who's gonna just flash behind him when he wants to make that peek through the smoke? Luckily, Glaive manages to get a kill back. I mean, you could see how when that smoke pops, Mixwell is just on one side looking this way, and Rush is looking this way, and the smoke is in the middle. And there's no way for Kirby to go unless he like pop flashes or someone flashes for him. So that felt pretty weak. And again, a man. Okay, yeah, I want to say a man down, but they did even out the numbers. So this is again favorable for the T's. Even, I mean, they have one player low, so maybe not as much. But if they can somehow, you know, use him as bait or something, it can still work out well for them. You can see that Astralis did decide to send 2 players towards B, which obviously makes their A defense a lot weaker. I mean, are they gonna win this one as well? That would be so sick. Oh, he's playing it super well. Play for time. Oh, Kit. Oh yeah, he's got it. So that was super close again. Yeah, the slow defaults are really boring to watch. But the problem here is one player alive. He's gonna drop, but it's not gonna be a good buy, and if they lose this one, they're pretty much screwed. So this is where, you know, Astralis needs to... They can't just stay default yet again and lose the round like that and get reset. And you can see that Device is going for a play on upper B. But that's the thing, that molly completely shuts that down, and there's no reason for you guys, if you're playing with your own team, not, you know, you should do that every round if you have the money. I think Astralis is a favorite. Astralis, Navi, Gambit. Yeah, VP. Fuck, my back hurts. So now that initial aggression didn't work, so they're back into like the default style of play. They are playing a bit more up front towards mid and ladder, but still, it's iffy. And you can see like the smokes from it throwing exactly for that spot. And now the second wave comes through Ivy. And the point of this is, first they throw stuff, then Ivy throws stuff, then they run out. So what you want to do is, if there's a player like Dupree or someone playing here, you want to split their attention between two sides of the map. So he'll focus on one, then he goes the other way, and then you kill him in the back. It's similar when you go A on Dust 2. So you go like cat first, but then you throw something on long, and then the player needs to like, he's not sure where to go, and then you explode and get good timing on him. So let's see how this works out. Kirby just getting killed and attacked through the smoke. They win the duels close to the ELEAGUE box, so yeah. Sometimes, like, it's CS, you just die through the smoke, get wrecked. And that actually forces Optic to eco, fast forward that. Now they buy. This is looking better for Astralis. Now they can go for more aggro plays, basically, because they have money in the bank. And you can see Device is waiting for the pop flash, and then he's just gonna peek straight after it. Nice. Device is maybe even the best player at this that I've seen, as they just shut him down close ramp as well. Very good at knowing where T is like to pop flash before they peek. And oh, come on, you're not gonna lose this round. And then he waits for the pop flash and peeks after that and gets the kill. I don't see that many players do that. At least not as often as Device does. He does it on Dust 2 as well on Cat. Are you really going for that play, Zipix? Like, that's so long. Why does he smoke him off? To like bait for... What is this? Oh god, they really lose this round. That should never happen. Like, and also Kirby, like, I don't know, why is he just staring in this corner? Why not stand in this corner and watch Ivy? Maybe he wasn't expecting someone to be there since they were coming out ladder and mid. But Rush just gets both kills coming out of mid on the trade, and Kirby dies, and suddenly it's a 2v2 from a 2v5. That's pretty bad. Mentally as well, you feel like you lose basically a 2v5 and you just have things going your way. That's nice. Some balls, some aggression, good shit. Please tell me that's it. Yes. I mean, finally you realize, like, we need to be aggressive, we need to make something happen. Like, just staying default, it's not working, so yeah. Device said Kirby wanted Device to cover Ivy but miscommunicated. Yeah, that's what happens most of the time. It's just miscommunication, unfortunately. So, yeah, that sucks. I don't have like keybinds, I just click on the demo UI. Like I just do this. That's it. Oh, come on, will you execute already? Okay, Dupree is now close mid. That was a good setup. They get shredded. Let's go. Time is money, boys. Second pistol. Some smokes being thrown. You just do this, so you obstruct vision and you try to get close range with the Glocks. That's why you see them jump through smoke, pop flash. You see this pistol a lot. But after that, they just lose all the aim duels and they die, moving swiftly on. Do they buy here? They don't. Fast forward. Okay, first gun round. Op on Device, goes mid. Double op actually on Optic, that's interesting. Stanislaw has it on B, Mixwell has it on A. Astralis just holding passive. I don't know, Optic doesn't really seem like one of those teams that takes that many risks in terms of aggression on the CT side or pushes, at least early on, so I think you can be pretty safe, you know, being aggressive yourself. Okay, some Ivy pressure. Trying to get a pick with Device. Glaive is in B, apps holding ladder, Zipix holding B. They throw some stuff, then they decide to go back towards A. Yeah. That's the problem on train. It's hard for you to get information, right? So sure, you threw some stuff Ivy and then you go back to go A, but all the time it's a stack of 4 players towards A pretty much, because they want to play retake on B, just have Stanislav get a kill or two perhaps with the op, similar to what the Godsent does with Flasha. So that completely gets shut down from Astralis. They buy again. Now they're grouping up towards B early. Dupree is like just the sole player left on the other side. And Optic is going for the same setup again. You can see how Stanislav is just on the ladder spotting. He's just playing for the info more than anything else. Misses the shot. Wait. Damn it. I want to see the angle. Yeah, so there is a gap. So this is like an intentional smoke, basically from Astralis to bait that out. And they seem to have gotten a good read on what the setup from Optic is. And it's as simple as that. Stanislav misses the first shot, peeks where Device is waiting for him, bomb planted. Tarek tries to get up the ladder, which is like pretty risky, considering that just a single player died, but yeah. Let's go. So they save 3 guns, they rebuy, so not a full-on reset. They have all the nades they want as well. Up on Mixwell. He's towards B. Whoops. I mean, these are just the mind games at this point, right? So what happens? Early on, Optic is playing close up, 4 players on A. That works. Astralis adjusts, they go B. That forces a reaction from Optic to send 2 players there. Astralis makes that read that they are going to make the adjustment. They switch to going on an A execute, which basically gets shut down if people are close. But Optic is not playing close because they have 2 players on B. They mollied out the positions and then they have the advantage long range with the AKs. And they get the trade kills coming into the site, plant the bomb and win the round. So this forces Optic to go for an eco. And now it's a bit difficult for them in terms of what do they do now on the CT side. Do they go for some aggression? Basically, do they play a bit more safe? Do they go back to that 4-1 setup and just hope Stanislaw does a better job of, you know, getting a kill and not dying? Failed jump boost, but alright. Appreciate the effort. Device being really aggressive with the op, looking for a kill. While his team is putting some pressure towards Ivy. Just a default play, pretty much. Astralis moving back towards mid. Looks like either an A fake or an A split, mid ladder. Again, they have most of Optic's players playing a bit further back, except for Rush. And he has a Molotov as well, so he can still buy more time if the execute comes in. Let's see if Astralis decides to push through that smoke. Molotov on Tarek, goes ladder. Oh, and that's a perfect Molotov. Rush didn't throw his. Yeah. That Molotov was the MVP. Because he timed it perfectly. There was supposed to be a split, but the guys from ladder couldn't come out because of the Molotov, who was already blooming and they would take too much damage. So all of the Optic players were able to focus just on the guys coming out of mid. So you can see how important it is to not waste your nades, especially on train where there's a lot of late round executes and where it can be very, very useful to have a Molotov late into the round. Imagine what happens if Rush even throws his like on one side coming out of mid. Makes it even better. So another super important round for Optic as per usual. After just winning a round, you don't want your money bonus to reset. They do a great job of flushing out Zipix there. Oh, that's a bit reckless, but he still gets 1 kill. Kirby. Sick trades so far, and that was the most important kill probably of the round, besides the second one from Kirby. Because you see, it forces Tarek to fall back a little bit. They lose control. When Rush dies here, they don't have any control of this. Basically, I mean, he couldn't go anywhere, so it's just him losing an aim battle. But if he kills Glaive there, then they know, I think, that the last players towards Ivy, they can all like focus on him. This way, Tarek has to worry about these 2 angles, so he decides to fall back while Stanislaw is flanking. And they actually dropped the bomb here. So let's see what happens now. He has to go back and get it, obviously. While Device is just holding the site. So Glaive will go B. Yeah, seems like it. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, at this point, Tariq, like... Oh, shit! That was like... Device is just a beast. He's just a beast. 24 and 8. He only died 8 times when his team lost 12 rounds. That's sick. So Astralis actually take a timeout here to talk about, you know, whether they think Optic buys or they don't buy. They don't buy. So we're gonna fast forward now. And that round was huge because you see that they don't even have enough money for an op or a full-on buy on Optic, right? They have to get an SMG on F. You know, Mixwell buys the M4 as well, but we'll only have money for like a smoke. Not that many incendiaries. Now Tariq is the only one who has it, and you saw the difference that it made in that one round. So Astralis really changing up the pace. Yeah, just exploding towards B. And that's it. There's so much pressure on that one player to hold them off. And they realize, because of the way economy works, that he's probably not going to have enough money for an incendiary, right? And this is again a great move from Astralis. They keep throwing Molotovs and smokes here, so that allows them to push towards back of site, which makes it much more difficult for the CTs to retake when the Ts are this far up. You can see just Device is waiting for it a little bit, and he's probably going to turn and watch the flank at some point. So they're just cleaning up. So yeah, that's the point. Usually when you see how does this player, when he faces something like that, he just throws a molly very early on. So if they go for that push, they're gonna take at least 50 damage, probably even more from the molly. So that way you only need to hit them with 2 bullets before they die. And that's how he's capable to kill 2 or 3 players. If he just dies 1 for 1, the round is pretty much, I mean, not lost, but it is lost if they manage to get all the way to back of site. So they just eco here. For that, Astralis just goes straight out mid, which is good. Shows the confidence as well. So do or die for Optic. They have the op on Mixwell. They still decide to leave Stanislav alone and play a passive on A, which is interesting. If you have 4 players, why not play a bit more aggressive? Is Zipex doing it? Let's see. Ooh, that was a nice little trick play from Astralis, because they throw the smokes, but they rush out of ladder while the smokes are still flying. So they run out before the mollies fall towards ladder or whatever. And that's what allowed them to get the entry kill. Yeah, sick rotation for Zipex. Outplays Mixwell, and that's it. From after losing the first couple of rounds, they do a great job of just adjusting to what Optic was doing and taking full control. And you feel like Optic needed to be more aggressive on their CT side. They needed to try and make a play at some point, either towards Ivy or towards the inner bomb side, because what they were doing just wasn't working anymore. Sure, there were a couple of clutch rounds, but I don't think it was I think they were outplayed, not unfortunate. Alright, let's move on to... What do I have left? VP and FaZe. Let's do FaZe SK. That was a fun one. VP, SK, VP, SK, VP, SK. VP's T side was so bonkers, gotta watch that. I think we'll have time to do both, so I'll start with VP. Because like SK FaZe was like super entertaining, so we'll leave that for the end. Right. So Nuke. VP obviously showed the world that they can play Nuke at ESL1 New York. No one really was expecting that. I remember at the desk I was very surprised that they left that in the pool against SK. But then they had a super dominant performance, so what do I know, right? G2 on the other hand do play the map as well. Okay, Shox was like getting super aggressive. Gets the kill on Neo. Now they're pretty screwed. That ruins their plan. Scream holding an off angle. Doesn't get anything, unfortunately. So they're moving down. Body's waiting. But looks like they want to go back. Snacks is on the... Oh, Snacks. Nice. So how are they gonna deal with Snacks? That's how. Oh, Pasha, you made a sound. And now he's all alone. So yeah, G2 also plays Nuke, but you don't really see them on the level as you've seen VP, but you never know with the individual skill they have on the team. They can always have a very, very strong city side, right? Yeah, I know who won. So G2 win the pistol. Where's my cursor? Thank you. Let's actually go here. Wow. Let's fast forward the pistol rounds. Fucking hell. Okay, so they actually do decide to buy here. What's wrong with this shit? Come on. What's going on? Thank you. Smith just gets a kill through the smoke. Basically on the player that wanted to try and get inside the vents. The rest of the team is putting a lot of pressure on Yard. You can see them all going cat. One guy is in secret. And this is actually a nade from the CTs. Basically, they hear the sound cues, they're expecting it. Shox is playing super aggressive with body. Smith's got the kill on the guy's secret. Still get these 2 kills. Wow. That was such a mistake from G2. That was horrible. It's like you know where all the players are and you just keep challenging them one by one. When you could when you have them contained in this area and you have like this guy challenging this guy, a guy from up rafters, and then last player is just stuck here in a 1v2 basically. I think there's no need for you to be that aggressive once it becomes like a 4v2 or whatever and you have them contained to such a small space. That was pretty shitty from G2, I have to say. And you can't really afford... Wait, what? Of course they win the eco, of course. So no one is yard. Scream is pushing towards radio. They're going down secret. Okay, they push lobby, they get 2 kills. Smith gets a kill with the deagle and another one. And... oh man. This hurts so much. Why not just have 5 players go down secret? You use your molotovs to clear all the close choke points like vents or whatever. You jump over these like corners here. You have the first player with the SMG jump over. Then you come over here. You throw a smoke so you can cross and plant the bomb. You throw smokes and molotovs up here. Molly somewhere around here. And easy game. Easy round. Instead, you take 1v1 duels against the Eagles long range. Sure, you have the advantage, but why risk it? Why risk him getting lucky or whatever, hitting a good shot, and you basically losing the duel and the round because of it. Spectate Smiths and Neo, okay. That's a gap? Or not. So they get 1 player into secret. They can't know for sure, I think, if someone's there or not. And they have 2 players creeping outside. 2 players outside lobby. So no more nades left. Let's see what happens. It's gonna be something good. Oh, Neo. Let's see that again. Oh god. So that's why. But let's see it from Neo POV. I mean, not really Smith's fault. He just got tagged and then died because of the jump. He has 7 HP. Is this real life? 5 bullets. What? Oh god. Neo is a god. What can you say, boys? Just so smart. But the problem with this round was, so even against pistols and armor, if they throw smokes, you can't just send one guy secret, and you know you need to give up something. Otherwise, you're taking a risk that you're not going to be able to defend anything. So you just send one guy there, he dies. That after that, your rotation is forced. So then they just go back to upper, where you only have one player. They get a kill on him, and you lost control of the site. If you just play, let's say, 2 players secret once you lose control of yard, and have one player passive on heaven and one guy outside and one guy ramp, that way even if they go upper, you can get a kill with an off angle, your players are alive, and then you can get the retake, right? This way you're gambling on your players being able to hold by themselves, and when you play a good team, you're never gonna, you know, you're always going to get overwhelmed as City. They're always going to try and come at you from multiple sides. So yeah, not really a fan of that one. Wait, let's... I hate this. It's fucking bugging out whenever I press something. This is so annoying. I'm actually gonna have to restart CS. I can't deal with this. So this is a crazy ass push. You see, I'm loving this. You know, this is sick. You just go for it. You take a, you know, gamble. If they're probably gonna send at least 1 or 2 players yard, because that's the default for the T's. You get those kills and you have enough time to rotate wherever they go after that, you know, whatever their reaction is, you have enough time to respond to it. So that's nice from G2. So VP goes for an op, something I hate, but let's see. Especially when G2 doesn't have an op of their own, so they're probably not gonna pick that aggressively towards yard. I mean, look at Smith. He loves playing this spot. Doesn't care. Just stands all the way back and waits for people to try and get towards ladder. And they have shocks. Just holding like a pixel, so he drops the nade right after that. An incendiary. And that allows them to have still two players on upper, and they can have Scream on ramp, and he can just fall back once he gets some contact. So pretty good setup. Like, this is a good example of a passive setup for you boys on the CT side. But now they're forced to, probably will be forced to make some rotations. Okay, he just mollied off shocks because they're losing control. Scream is moving back and forth. Smiths gets a kill. Scream as well. No one's expecting that angle. And now they have 5v3, and now they can just fall back, play it safe, play for info. When they figure out where the T's want to go, they can just over-rotate, and that's it. So yeah, just so that we have time, I'm gonna fast forward this round as well. So we have time to do SK FaZe. They go for a full buy VP here. They ran out of time with 3 players alive, so they saved the guns. The 2 players just have tech 9s. They don't have any nades, so they're basically doing like going behind snacks on yard. Smiths doesn't care. He's playing super passive yet again. And this is good for VP. Like, let's just go 5 secret and try to force our way in, get the trades, and try to win the round like that. The problem is, I mean, this is fine, but why are you just... What is this? There's no one like secret. So I think like this is Smith's gambling on the fact that they're gonna use a smoke at least if they want to go secret, because no one is reacting. Let's see if Shock starts moving or something, but he's baiting for Scream, and they're almost all the way down to the bomb site. I don't think... Right, so he actually does spot them, but he gets smoked off. Like, the little utility VP has, they use it perfectly, because they were able to basically just walk towards the bomb site. Now it's a 5v5 after plant. And Bialy has a molly left as well for the bomb, perhaps. And yeah, just you can't really allow that to happen. You can't allow, especially in a round like this where they saved guns and you know that if the rest of the team buys, it's going to be a super weak buy. You can't allow this to happen and allow them to get all the way to secret without you even knowing. That's just terrible. Come on, let's go. God damn it. So G2 goes for double op on nuke, another thing I don't really like. Pasha just peeks without anything. He gets traded. Oh, that was a double from Shocks. Nice little explosive play from VP. Pasha is basically here to, you know, draw the attention of the player holding yard, and the rest of his team is just creeping next to main. And as soon as even if he dies, they just jump in. Snacks was able to get the trade, and these players, the push happens so fast that Smith doesn't even have the time to make the call and force them to turn around, basically. So yeah, anti-eco round. Let's fast forward this. Snacks with the sawed off. Why not? Smith's back on the op. A bit more, a more forward position. So it seems like this is going to be a straight up upper execute. Perhaps. Yes. The problem with this is, so, like, you have Smith who was watching it. There's no 1 yard. Okay, Shox is now pushing, but ideally G2 can just have 2 players upper, or even 3, or 2 players ramp. You know, they have 4 players for this because no one needs to help yard because they know for a fact that no one is there. Snacks, 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 snacks. Okay, I'll switch to snacks after we see the nades falling down. So yeah, but fortunately for VP, Shox is on the flank, so they only have RPK and body here, and no one is like that close to help them out. So this is basically supposed to be a fake, where they go lower maybe, if Snacks is going there with the bomb, or maybe they're just gonna go back to main. I'm not sure what was supposed to happen, but let's see what Snacks does. His teammates are in lobby. Godsent Envy, I think it's gonna be a fuckfest. A shit show. So Taz is on ramp with the bomb. How do they, like, you can't be serious that they win this round. There's 17 seconds left. So Taz gets the kill on Scream. I don't know. The problem I have with this is, how do you allow it to get to that point? It's a 2v5 and Scream is alone here on ramp waiting for Taz, who has the bomb. Why are you not swarming Taz when, you know, the time is running out? If you kill the bomb, there's no way they win that round. Another like blunder from G2 in a mid-round situation. Oh, not again. Fucking hell. There we go. Wait, what? And they lose to pistols. God damn it. So they lose 2 players in the first 20 seconds against pistols. Was this another like lobby push? I just hate rewinding shit. Okay, if we're already here, just rewatch this stuff. Like, so stop. What are these guys doing? Why are you still on upper? What is this? Why are there 3 players on the upper bomb site? Are you guys like, do you communicate with each other? And why is Smith still watching Secret? This is like, and Scream is like afraid of the, this is like insane stuff. So he just dies. Why do you even go vents? Why don't you go, like, you have time, you can go around to Secret, you're in a 4v2. He just like peeks him straight up. No problem. Yeah, that was a shit round from G2. So let's see how VP manages to fuck this up now. Why do you even go lobby in this round? Why do you go close range when they only have pistols? I mean, Bialy does his best to save it, but Yeah, I'm not gonna watch this. Time is running out, so. So again, that yard push from G2. I mean, they heard them now, right? Oh, he pulls out the molly. Well, second time this works for G2. You really feel like VP should be a little bit prepared for it. But maybe that's one of those things you don't expect them to run it 2 times in a half. So, yeah. So now they're playing more careful towards that yard area. Alright, that was a good hold. Even though they didn't know VP was so close to main. Oh, good, I thought I lost that round. Roger, 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 roger. Affirmative. Well, that just got shut down by body. It's like, Pasha, you push, and then we'll wait for them and wreck them. Didn't really work out. Igor35. Igor. Thanks for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Helping the poor Serbian get some food on the table and financing the Moldavian prostitutes. Let's hope they don't win this round. Nice. So G2 wins the all-important. They won both pistols actually in this game, which is super big, even though they screwed it up at this point. A family show. So what? I didn't say fuck. I said prostitutes. Oh, I said fuck now. Fuck. Shout out to all the Moldavians in the chat. So G2 doesn't want to go yard in their opening round. It seems like they just want to group up towards ramp, and they actually get great timing while Pasha is throwing a smoke. Maybe they just want to go there because Pasha is there. He can struggle at times holding spots. So now it's looking good for them, but they decide to go back. You see, the problem I have with this is, okay, like you fake them out, they rotate towards the lower bomb side, and you're like super sweet there, like there's only gonna be one guy on upper and we're gonna outsmart them and everything's gonna be great. The problem is, like, coming out of hot and squeaky, those are so tight choke points that, you know, sometimes one guy can shut you down completely. So I always prefer it, if you get that kill, just go lower as a unit. So let's see what happens. You see, that's the problem, right? And it's so fast for people to rotate. You're gonna have one guy that was like here, and he's just gonna get up the ladder. So the rotate is gonna come in pretty fast. And when you're going down, you still have utility left. You can smoke off the window or the door, molly something, right? I just feel it's always a bad call to go back in that situation. So G2 goes for another, you know, explosive play. This time towards the upper bomb side. Seems like they're perfectly happy with just going with that style. We saw it in the Shox interview that he said that they're not going to, you know, overcomplicate things. Gonna rely more on their individual skill. And they did get the opening kill, but it seems like they were, you know, they messed it up after that point. They weren't fast enough to swarm the bomb site. They were still getting a shot in the back because they took too long to push. So 2v2, Shox is rotating all the way towards yard. These situations are always super strange, man. When time is passing, you have no idea where people are rotating. It's completely random. Like, you're just gambling on making the right guess or the right call. Okay, like, come on. Well played by Snacks. So VP slowly coming back into this game. They win the all-important reset round. Still have the op. I mean, got the op for Snacks. And again, no presence on yard early on from G2. So now they're obstructing vision on yard, so they can get towards secret if they want. They can also pop flash here and jump through A main if they want. So seems like they just want to fake yard presence and then go towards upper. And Neo is rotating. That was well played from G2. They do a good job of just, you know, forcing a small rotation, which was Neo having to go towards secret, and then they just have no fear in exploding towards the site. So they force VP to eco because they've been like getting a lot of kills even if they were losing the rounds. And even in this round, like the buy from VP, Scout, UMP, and they actually go for a full-on upper rush. Which is not a bad call when you know that they don't have a lot of utility, but it's all about that first kill. If Shox gets that first kill earlier and more players are able to come into the site, then it works. But because he wasn't able to do that, it just gets shut down immediately. So yeah, it's a bit risky, but you know, one who risks prevails, or whatever the proverb is. Okay, so now they decide to go secret. They have Snacks there waiting with the AWP, and this is one of the rare situations where a single player can hold secret, because with the op he can get a kill, fall back, hold another angle, get another kill, and all of that. And that really ruins the round for G2, because now they're stuck a little bit. They have to know that, you know, someone's gonna try and go out ramp, but G2 still has utility to, you know, at least try and get the bomb down. Snacks is just beasting on them right now. Shox dies on the flank. Round over. Round over. Timeout. User mic can face it. No. So they get the entry on ramp. Shox kills Taz, who wanted to flank. Byali gets 2 sick kills, as Byali does, spraying down. So 3v3, they still have 2 smokes. So G2 is still in a good position to, you know, plant the bomb, try and win the round. Let's see. Alright, Screamy. Yeah, no time for Neo basically at this point. So a big round for G2, but if VP wins this round, they have a good chance of winning the game. So it's pretty much whoever wins this round is very much favored to win the whole game. Because by them winning the round here, they force a weak buy or an eco for G2, means they're gonna have a strong economy, and basically means G2 would have to win like 2 gun rounds in a row on T side to win the game, which is not that easy. RPK gets tagged through the smoke, that's unlucky. Double up again with Pasha on ramp, in case they try to, you know, push on his side one more time. That was a sick nade, it did a ton of damage. So yeah, Byali was by himself. Again, no setup, just a single player, which is, I don't like it, but he gets the job done this time around. What is Pasha trying to do? Right, that was risky. Shox gets spotted. And this is the problem, that he made the call because of that. He thought he's gonna get good timing, so he made the call for his teammates to go back, but then he dies and the round is yet again falls apart. G2 seems like they try too much to, you know, go back and then fake stuff. So here they're forced to an eco. They lose. And even this round is not optimal. I mean, you buy an op on Shox, so you're basically like betting your house on him getting the kill on Pasha on ramp. And he dies. So now you're wrecked. You don't have any like utility left to try and go yard delayed. I mean, body is in hut. You lost the op, RPK is outside, so you're basically just hoping for some lucky headshots at this point. So they do end up in a 2v2 with Snacks in a pretty shitty position. But yeah. Seems like towards the very end, it does feel like the mistakes in the first half cost G2 too much, because their T side is not as elaborate. It is pretty simple, so it is probably going to work a couple of times, but you can't really expect to win, you know, a lot of gun rounds on the T side playing like that, right? So that's the problem. If they didn't make those mistakes on the CT side, they would have probably had enough rounds to close it out on the T side. This way they win both pistols and lose the game. That's something that doesn't happen very often. You know, because you get a lot of free rounds, pistol rounds, and the anti-ecos, you basically get 6 rounds out of nowhere. So now they're just trying to split ramp. Pasha is gonna fall back, misses his shot though. At least manages to get one more. Oh, Smiths, that sucks. Almost, but no cigar. Alright, let's move on to the last game real fast. Two nudes per month. Well, I'm not a slut like Chad, you know. I don't care what his rates are. So right, the Mirage game, FaZe versus SK. FaZe just goes for a, you know, pretty, like this is what you see most of the time on Mirage. Just people like smoking off something on A, maybe these two smokes, maybe these two, maybe here, and throw 3 of them, and just, you know, push after you get the bomb down, try to get close range with the pistols, with the Glocks, because that's where you have the advantage. If you just try to take duels long range, you're probably gonna lose out to the USPs. So pretty straightforward from FaZe. They get the kills, win the round. And manage to convert into a 3-0. So you basically always want to try and deny SK that strong start on the CT side. Yeah, bot would be useful, some sub emotes would be useful as well. A lot of things would be useful, but alas, I'm having some problems with people actually doing that stuff for me. Hopefully it will be done at some point. So that's a pretty ballsy thing to do in the first gun round. Let's see what SK decides to do. Yeah, this was interesting from FaZe. They just go for the like fast connector push, throwing the smokes, faking that it's a fast A play, while the rest of the team is just waiting in B apps. That forces the cat player to go towards A, and Tackle was caught like jumping on the van to get into a better position, and he just dies straight away. And because this player rotated, the cat player, they just lose control of the site. So even though they're in a 4v3, FaZe has positioning advantage, and even though they still had some Mac 10s, they still win the round. So, oh come on, how do people keep losing to pistols? And pistols no armor as well. So right, FaZe, they're in a default. I don't know why they're spraying around so much in an anti-eco. Why does AZ need to go connector, close range? Sorry for that one. So yeah, not really liking the fact that they're spreading out. No need for you to do that. Just use your numbers, use the utility, use the weapons. You have the advantage. Alright, this happens. So now you give the AK to Cold. It's like, why do teams still keep doing this? Like, against pistols, no armor, no nades, no anything. Why does AZ feel the need to flash himself through the smoke? You know, why not use your utility to clear those close angles and everything? And this game goes to overtime. Imagine if they don't lose that round. They win. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. You look at all the clutch and you're like, oh, if only FaZe won a clutch here or a clutch there or blah 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 blah. If only they didn't fucking lose to pistols, they would have won. Hashtag triggered. Oh, so now they group up and like go for a smoke play towards the site. Brilliant. Just a round too late, boys. Fur is making a bunch of plays. Fox with the op. Listen, I'm okay with Fox opping on the CT side if they have only one op. Or am I? I don't know. I feel when you have a guy like Fallen, you want him to have the op whenever you have money to afford one, right? Because he is the best player in the world. It's up until that point that I would rather play 4v5 with Fox doing nothing than giving the op over to Fox. Giving the op to Fox over Fallen. Like, it just feels like Fallen can make up for any disadvantage they have with Fox on the rifle, if that makes any sense. Yeah, sure, Fallen might be better on rifles than Fox is, but I feel like the amount of advantage they gain from Fallen on an op is more than they lose from Fox being on a rifle, let me put it that way. So I'm not sure if I agree with that. Now you have a double op. I mean, double op, it's fine that Cold has it because he's on the opposite side of the map. There's no point in having two ops on A most of the time, right? So, especially on the T side, like on the CT, okay, like Fox has some spots he plays well, so maybe you make that conscious decision. But on the T side, I think Fallen should op all the time. Because he's also so much used to calling while he's opping. So sometimes he'll make a call around himself because he knows how the defense is set up. But if he has to tell that, you know, give that info to Fox, maybe he can't do exactly what he wants him to do. Or, you know, he knows it but can't execute it as well. So Fallen just gets wrecked there by Rain. Rain does a very good job of just playing solo ramp and getting kills and making openings. So SK tries to adjust. They push mid with Taco, get some info. You know, they realize they have to make a play because they're at a disadvantage. So this is like a fake, but it's a pretty obvious one. Fox doesn't see anyone coming out. Taco just threw the smoke down. Cold is watching Cat, but he should probably be going to kitchen right now and holding window. Go Cold, go kitchen. No, no. Why do we have both ops standing next to each other? What is this? What is this? Whatever, next round. I guess they were just making a guess that they're gonna go A and gambling on that, but in that case, just send like Taco there as well, and if they don't go there, then you save. Did they save? Okay, they saved 3 guns. So it seems that their plan to fight mid is just send both ops there and take fights. Fox loses that one versus Alu. Taco tries to push through the smoke. Kyoshima is holding it. So another round lost for it. Five v 3, boys. 5v3 with all the time in the world. Let's see how FaZe fucks this one up. So they have everyone going B and Cold is alone. 6 shot. He dies. 4v2. What's going on? They plant for Cat. Wow, that's a sick read from Fallen. This is unbelievable. That was just a complete outplay. Like, the game sense from Fallen to basically go connector and watch for this flank since the guy was like in apps is insane. The fact that Fur gets that first kill is huge, and then he gets sick timing on the second guy. I mean, but you really shouldn't be like that. This guy shouldn't even challenge. You have a 4v2. Also, Rain, you have a 3v2. Why go Cat? Why not just play it safe? I mean, actually, you can't really hold that against Rain. He was just like outplayed by Fallen. So, alright. So you lose against pistols, you lose a 5v3, 4v2, however you want to put it. Well, that's brave from Fallen to stand there by himself. But he gets 1 kill, which is more than he should get, in all honesty. They lose control of the site. They were expecting some more pressure towards mid. They lose an extra player. So good job from FaZe to fake mid presence a little bit and then just explode. They were a bit lucky in the fact that only Fallen was close and the rest of the team was focused towards mid. How is that a miss? I'm not sure. Oh, come on, they're not gonna lose this round as well. Alright, they're not. Let's move on. They say both ops, so they're gonna force up. So actually they go for the mid push. Wow, that's a sick shot. But AZ with a sick refrag. So I mean, you know, SK tries to adjust, switches things up with being aggressive, cold, playing aggressive in B apps as well. Gets the kill on Hiroshima, I think he was the one playing there. So FaZe not doing a good job from after AZ gets the refrags. They should just play safe, stop, wait for Kerrigan to make the call, but they get picked off by the ops and now they're in a tough spot. They do flush out Fallen though, so now it's Fox needs to hit at least one shot here. But you're burning, Fox, you're burning, Fox! Rain versus cold. Well, what can you say about that one? Just a lot of exchanges early on. A lot of mid-round calls that need to be made. So FaZe lose the round, but they still put a lot of pressure to SK's economy. So they're gonna, I mean, not even force. They have money for AKs and ops. Single op on Fox, and they decide to send them B, which is a good call because if he has the op, he plays A. So this way, it's probably not gonna be expected by FaZe for him to be B. But there's no smoke, so Keo maybe at this point kinda smells it. Doesn't have a flash or anything. FaZe got mid control again, throwing the deep smokes in connector. Fallen is playing far back with a UMP. I'm not really sure if that's the best idea. FaZe is going for a slow B split. So Fox needs to do a lot of work with the op, since Taco only has a UMP. And he does nothing and they die, and that's the round. This is one of the rare occasions where SK loses map control mid and doesn't really react in any way, and you can see what happens. They just get crushed pretty much. I mean, Fox needed to make a huge play. It's not just like one kill. He needs to get like 2 or 3 kills for them to win that round. So that forces SK to double eco. So a very, very important round. You feel like SK needed to make some sort of a play because they had like 2 UMPs, just one op. Maybe send Fox like a bit more aggressive towards A apps, or I don't know. Try and make something happen, because that way they just got choked out pretty much. And it forced them to give up 2 more rounds by going eco. Or just having pistols. And now they give the op to Fallen. And this is what they probably should have done in that round that we saw like 3 rounds ago, you know. Try and make a play. They basically have the identical buy as they had it then. And you can see now it's a whole different story. So yeah, they get the 2 picks. I think that's it for this round. Yeah, 9-6. So let's move on to second pistol. SK had a cool pistol where they would smoke stairs and deep connector and then push. So let's see if they try to do the same thing. They do have 2 smokes. Yeah, that's pretty much the same pistol. They actually smoke CT. So AZ is on stairs. And Keo got on top of Ticket. Wow, those are 2 sick 1-taps from Keo. So yeah, it looked good for SK, but then Keo and AZ get some huge kills. And FaZe wins second pistol as well. So you feel like this is really where FaZe should have the map. 12-6, City side Mirage. So SK takes a timeout. They realize the importance of this round. If they lose, it's probably going to be 14-6 for FaZe. And FaZe is not liquid. So this is just called faking A. And the rest of the team exploding towards B. Kerrigan misses the Molotov, has to fall back. Keo steps up for support. Fox with the bomb is actually pushing aggressively. I guess he feels like he still can't plant without clearing that angle first. So yeah, I mean they get a bit unlucky because Kerrigan sees them just in time for Keo to turn and they get shot in the back. So yeah, I feel like they lose this round as well. How does FaZe keep losing these rounds? Like, this is insane. Insane. This is like the third round they lose, which they should never lose. I feel like it compensates for all the pistol rounds. For all the pistol rounds they won. Like, they basically negate that advantage by losing these stupid rounds. So Fur gets 1 kill. Just going balls out. Gets another kill. She's just rushing by himself. Like he doesn't care. Just going crazy. That's a sick shot. Just painful to watch. Like, you let them get close range and just rush at you and you give them 1v1 fights. And they get like a flawless round. That's insane. So let's see what they do in the gun round. If they win this, FaZe has to eco. So a very important round. They smoke B deep. So they get a lot of info here from Kerrigan. They have an op on Alu towards A. Still 2 Molotovs. Okay. Kerrigan manages to escape. Oh, Booklord. Thanks for the subscription, man. Appreciate it. Booklord. I haven't read a book in like years. Yeah, 20 minutes left. I think we'll be just in time to do everything. So they get spot. This is a great bait setup in general. Just have one guy jumping and the other guy holding the angle. You weaken your cat defense, but I mean, that's a risk you can take. Traxin, another subscriber. Thank you, man. Keep feeding the poor Serbian boys. And there's even a smoke, so at this point, SK is pretty screwed. They're stuck in B apps. You can see how they're forced to jump out. And they get wrecked. Fortunately, they won that eco round, so they have enough money to buy, but at this point, you feel that FaZe has to win this one. Right, guys? Surely they win this game. So another pretty default round from SK, going for mid control. Fur from Underpass, 3 players top mid, and Taco just holding apps. Ready for that delayed A split if they want to do it. And Fur likes to sneak through these smokes in connector a lot, so he did the same in their first game against Hellraisers. Really caught that fox a lot of times, so maybe doesn't do it now because they will expect him. So they go towards connector as a unit. It's pretty cramped in here, boys. He's got time to go B if he wants to. Seems like he doesn't want to though. Or does he? Through CPL, does he get the timing on Rain? Yep. Yeah, now he wins this probably. 1v1. Not enough time. Oh, he actually pushed aggressive. Now AZ knows where he is. Oh, that timing for the jump. Of course, the comeback has to start with coldzera having a big round, right? Of course it has. Okay, let's move it. Past the pistol round. The eco round, I mean. Wait, what was that smoke? Oh, that's the deep smoke. That's pretty cool. And Fallen died to AZ. Where? Oh, right, that's where they double naded him. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. Double nade, the deep smoke, so they can leave only one guy on B. And a 4v5 for SK. So they really can't afford to lose any more rounds. I mean, obviously, FaZe is at 14. So they're grouping up towards A. It seems like they're going for a contact play just behind Taco. They actually do throw some nades. And yeah, it's just difficult. You do get the one kill, but you know, if a player jumps through the smoke and you need to deal with Keo, it's very hard without utility. So Fur and coldzera are actually carrying SK so hard right now. They have 46 kills and the rest of the team has 20. It's like it's insane. So 15-9. I feel like we've been here before, boys. Not an optimal buy for SK. 3 tech 9s, and they seem to be willing to go straight up for a B execute or a B fake. 2 players are in underpass. Taco alone on ramp. Kerrigan does only have a UMP, but he's gonna play close up. So they did clear out mid. AZ does get caught expecting someone to be behind the boxes. They lose a player, and SK now decides to go back to A, pretty much. No, not really. I have like just, I don't know, 30 people, 50 people on Steam that I just know for a long time. Right, so Alu does his best, but they just get overwhelmed on A, pretty much. It was a good call from SK, and they managed to stay alive. So FaZe needs to eco. The problem here is, even though FaZe has, you know, a big advantage, like look at their money. They were forced to go like on a... They couldn't buy the previous round. They're not gonna buy this round either. So sure, it was 15-9, but now it's 15-12 with them just now being able to buy. Thorstein 44, thanks for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Everyone who has Thor in their name is bound to be some badass motherfucker. So this gun round is like very important. If SK wins this one, they just need one more to tie the game, because FaZe will eco the following round. So they were expecting perhaps some aggression. They're playing passive. You can see Fallen holding this angle all the way back. But FaZe, on the other hand, is just playing a standard setup. You can see how they're all in the same line pretty much. No one is like super aggressive or anything. Alu is holding this angle. I mean, he's relying on Kyo to cover him, but if Kyo dies, Alu probably dies as well. So we'll see how long he stays in this position. Alright, let's speed it up a little bit, boys. This is like where you feel, okay, SK needs to start doing something. They've been waiting for far too long. 45 seconds left and people are still rotating around the map. So Alu still is just staying here. And seems like he's gonna go one last time to check. And he finds Cold. So now it's a 45. Now they basically need to go here on A. And they've been going A lot. So they use the smokes, the molly for sandwich. They still have Rain inside the site. Fallen gets the trade. And he's still like being fairly aggressive with the bomb. Like you feel like maybe after he gets that kill, he should go straight towards the site, because time is running out. But now he missed that opportunity. So now they first need to deal with Kyo, who pushes through the smoke. He trades with him. So now the smokes are passing and they're in a 2v3. So they need to worry about CT and connector. And Fallen is probably expecting a guy to be Cat or wherever. So he realizes that, look at this, there's only 9 seconds left. This is insane. So he realizes that he can't just go for this plant, because someone will just peek him from connector and he will die. And there's no way Fox can cover that. Fox can only cover spawn. So Fallen basically needs to hope that a player will be peeking, and he needs to get that kill extremely fast and then plant so that he doesn't get shot from CT. And all of that in 9 seconds. So he has basically 5 seconds to kill AZ and get to the bomb plant position. So let's do it like this. So Fox throws the nade. He holds CT for Fallen. Fallen peeks. He even headshots Fallen. Fallen 5 seconds. 4 seconds. And he just gets... You know how many players would miss the exact like corner where Fallen is at? They would miss it and they would like lose a split second. And they wouldn't have the time to plant the bomb. Samo pozitivno u Srbiji. Mislim da znaju da li su siromašni ili ne, da ja tu neću mnogo problem. Možda kad bi Djokovic plaćao porez, onda ne bismo više bili siromašni. So yeah, obviously a very tight situation. So even Fox gets the tag on Alu. So they try to deny the plant. They can't get there in time. Because they're focused on the plant, Fox is able to get the kill on Kerrigan. So now still Fallen is very low. Fox is in a tough spot. And he gets the right timing to re-peek, tags him, and now he has the advantage with the Tech 9. So still like missing shots, gets tagged. Now it's not as easy as it seems. But still, like, obviously a crucial one we want to stay in the game. And this is for all of you Fox haters out there. He gets the kill with just 10 HP. So 6 stuff from Fox shows up when his team needs him the most. So let's fast forward this round, move on to the last gun round of the game. Now this is still not like, it's still a difficult position for SK. Sure, they've been winning rounds consecutively, they have some confidence and all of that, but FaZe has all the utility they need. So you see like Taco just going for a balls out play, exploding towards the side, cold on the flank, and this is where like Alu really makes like a big play, and AZ as well. But he misses this shot, and that's crucial. And Taco is left with 19 HP against Kerrigan. And this is like an extremely difficult situation for Taco. Like, he has the bomb, he has the op, he's low HP, but, you know, he knew where Kerrigan was. So what do? Do you try and plant on A? Do you run back to B straight away? And he decides to wait for him to peek. And I mean, this is just luck at some point. You see like how Kerrigan just turns away at the wrong time, and Taco gets the upper hand on him. So a sick comeback from SK. A lot of close rounds where they really showed composure and grit to be able to grind their way back into this game on the T side of Mirage, which is extremely difficult to do. Oops. So you see, something they like to do a lot is throw these 2 smokes, but have people coming out of Underpass, so they maybe can try and get a backstab and going in on the CTs, or that way they also maybe bait out some utility from the CTs as well. Makes it easier to push into the bomb site later on. And you can see they're creeping towards connector. AZ has no idea. He's caught with a grenade in his hand, and now Rain is pretty much wrecked. Like, he needs to worry about so many angles, he's bound to get traded, and Alu has to do some heavy lifting for FaZe in this round. I mean, it's insane that Rain gets 2 kills. That's just like an insane play from him. That should probably never happen. But yeah, he just played it super well. And now they bring it back to a 3v2 for FaZe. And no nades on Cold and Fox, so they just need to, like, he needs to plant the bomb while Cold is covering him. And Cole loses that fight. That was huge because Kyo was only half HP. You feel if he manages to get that kill, then he has enough time to go back to ramp. Fox can stay around somewhere on the firebox, and then it's possible for SK to win it. But yeah, a couple of, you know, the Rain kill and the second Kiyoshima kill, that basically made the round for FaZe. So, heavy investment from SK in this round as well. Double op. Finally, Fallen gets the op. And he goes towards the apps. While the rest of his team is taking mid control. So basically what they want to do is smoke this off, force Alu to rotate, and Fallen is waiting for him to peek that exact angle. So let's see if Alu falls for it. You see that he jumps over knowing. You see how he's jumping over knowing that that's a possibility. So great presence of mind from Alu. Otherwise he would just be a free kill. So cheeky little attempt from SK. Doesn't work out for them. And now they're using the SK setup. Playing close ramp with 2 rifles. So they do lose mid control, but you know, they're close ramp. They have a good defense if they want to try and go away. This is a tricky spot for Kyo. Oh, he starts moving just when they start peeking him. So yeah, they drop the bomb. I mean, Alu kills Fallen, who got the kill on AZ. So they're in a 4v3. They've got good map control, but they need to figure out a way to pick up the bomb. I mean, Cold has a smoke, so he can throw it and someone can pick it up, perhaps. I mean, this is a bit ballsy from Fox just to take this peek. Alu could have been waiting for that angle, but he gets the leg shot as well. And now he gets the bomb. So the time is low. They still need to figure out. Luckily enough, FaZe was thinking it's going to be B because Rain pushed ramp. So they're leaving A wide open. So they're still, you know, SK doesn't know that. So they're still expecting someone to be somewhere. You can see they molly Shadow, molly apps. But they plant the bomb just in time. And they do win this round. Top of ladder doesn't have it, but he started going down, so he was on the ladder at some point, and then going back up, he had inaccuracy, I feel. I think so. I think that's how it works. So Kerrigan goes for the Scar 20. That's his bread and butter to an extent in overtime on Mirage. And you can see this is just some high-paced Counter-Strike at this point. Alu does go a bit more aggressive. Fallen gets the kill on Rain, who's boosted up on Cat. You know, another dry peek. Alu gets another kill. It's another in a 3-4. They need someone to make a play. AZ is just waiting for a good time to peek. Fox gets the pick on Alu. Just a lot of aim duels taking place right now. You wonder... I mean, Alu needs to hold something, but... yeah, it's tricky. So Fox is like, do we go A, do we go B? Seems like they decide to go B. Cold gets another kill on AZ. Just getting caught off guard. Phases like that 4v3 turned into a 2v3 real fast. So yeah, another... This round wasn't as bad as some of the previous ones that FaZe lost, but yeah, it was still a round in which they had a clear advantage, and they basically throw it away. So double up again from SK, Fallen on the rifle. We'll see what happens on some of the other maps. I don't know. Mirage is a map where the op on the city side, sometimes it's not as powerful as you might think, because with all the Molotovs and smokes coming into play, it's like... it's not as easy to be effective. I need to turn the light on. So yeah, another default round from FaZe. SK is happy we're playing super passive in this round. You can see even on B. Oh, kiss cam. What? He didn't really see him. So Kerrigan doesn't expect another player to come through the murder hole. Cold has a smoke as well. They smoke off apps, and Alo is going for a rotate, which is super risky. So everything is now on AZ, and he needs to bait out, like, and he baits out the shot with a shoulder pick and gets 2 sick kills. So a huge round from AZ, basically a 1v2, because his teammate was so far away. So yeah, let's finish this up. So yeah, FaZe just goes for a full-on A rush. Basically, Fox gets a kill through the smoke and tags another one. So now Cole gets a kill. The triple op on SK, why not? So yeah, they can't even get the bomb now, and you feel like that's it. So let's check out the last round. Triple op still in play. FaZe goes back to the default, which is a problem. You don't really want to go default when they have 3 ops. You want to try and swarm the site, use the smokes and molotovs to then negate the effect of the op, and then it's hard to retake with ops as well. You can see what happens, like Fox just playing a bit more aggressive, peeks mid, gets a kill. AZ doesn't check the corner. Fur gets that one. And then they move towards B, where they have to deal with Cold with the op. He tries the jumping op again, but yeah, doesn't work out. He does die and like give up a fair amount of control, so this is still winnable for FaZe, because Taco was just hiding and couldn't do anything in the end. But thankfully Fur was on a fast flank, also had a good guess where Kyoshima is, so he really did a lot of work for his team, and that's it, that's game. So FaZe basically fucked up in the first half. They lost a lot of rounds where they really shouldn't have. So let's just do quick predictions, I guess, for today. Matches, this. So Fnatic Mouse, Fnatic, I'm still going with my good old bet against Mouse, then they'll win, and Nico goes through. Godsent Envious, that's gonna be a shitstorm. We saw how Godsent can look good on day 1, how they can look bad on day 2. When it comes to maps, maybe they end up on something like Cobble or Overpass. Godsent should ban Dust 2. If they ban Dust 2 Cash Nuke, they should be fine, so I'm going with Godsent. North versus Hellraisers, I don't know. I can't say North is going to be 0-3. So I feel that in that game yesterday, they did play better. They just were gambling too much on Cobble. I feel like they're still on point as a team. I'm going with North. Gambit VP, fanboying Gambit all the way. I think Gambit will beat VP as well. I think they will get lucky that they will get Cobble. Okay, VP might ban Cobble actually, so in which case, if it ends on Cobble, I feel very strongly about Gambit. Even on Overpass, I feel good about Gambit. If it goes to trade, I'm afraid VP takes it. Astralis G2, I'm going with Astralis. Just I think they're the better team. SK Navi, I will go with Navi actually. I feel that they're super hot, and at the moment I feel they're very well prepared, and I feel they're full of confidence after those 2 games that they've had. And I also had them as 3-0 in my pick and predictions, so why not? Liquid FaZe, going for FaZe. I'm not really impressed by Liquid so far. And flip side Optic, going for Optic because I feel they're just a stronger team all in all. So those are the predictions, guys. I think that's pretty much it. Don't really have time to do any Q&A today because the stream is, the major is starting right now. So thanks all of you for watching. Most likely gonna do the same thing for tomorrow. I'll see. You know, keep following me on Twitter, the YouTube channel. The VOD is gonna be up in a couple of hours because it takes a long time for it to upload. It's gonna be up on Twitch as well. I'm gonna run some ads for the very end if you just stick around for that, and I'd appreciate it. You can watch the other stream, I don't care. So yeah, thanks for watching, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe I jump on Sponge's stream later with the guys if they're still doing that, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. So yeah, thanks for watching and take care.